Because on this day.
In 1955, John Howard Jones was born in England, because he is an Englandish man.
Jan, will you bring a pot of tea and some scones in for the boys? Jan?
Bill, that sounds an awfully lot like you might be...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
See, we were at his house on a number of occasions in England, Carrie and I.
You're old friends with Howard Jones.
Jan? Oh, Jan, would you mind bringing in a pot of tea?
All right, Howard, I'll be right there.
Now you have to remember, at the time, Howard was huge.
It's an interesting career he's had because he was never that popular in America.
No.
He was really
always
popular
huge
here. Very popular here in
He
Salt
had a
Lake.
blip of huge popularity everywhere.
But he's always been on the music scene. Like that, I think that was one of his first releases, that song, in 1984. And he's always been, other musicians play with him all the time. They know him.
At the time that we were playing him, he was big here, and he was very big in England. Very popular. And so we found it odd and pleasant at the same time that the guy said, "Oh, yeah, well, I'll pick you up at the train station."
Or that he played a set of music in Louise's backyard in Bountiful.
Yeah.
He came to a picnic that we had in July and set up his keyboards and played there.
And I will say this, Katie, when I was you, because I was...
She was absolutely you. She had red hair and asthma.
In all of these, I was a pescatarian, all of those things.
All of that stuff.
So much like you, Gina.
But in all of the times that Carrie and Bill and their old friend Howard Jones, all of their many, many, many interactions, ask me if I have ever met Howard Jones.
Have you ever met Howard
Why
Jones?
would you? You were Katie.
Because I was always in the studio.
Yeah. Someone
They were meeting and hanging out with Howard Jones.
Do you bear some resentment about that?
No, I'm telling Katie I sympathize with her being stuck in the studio while we're off gallivanting.
Yeah. Oh man, we're off the
We're
Are we gallivanting or what?
You got your guys' houses look really comfy.
Katie, I'll say this: next time Howard Jones comes to town, I'll make sure you get to meet him. How about that?
I'm in.
Well,
and
I'm
Gina,
waiting for you guys to say that I was not Katie, because Katie does a way better job than I ever did.
I didn't want to go there. But
Well,
you really weren't Katie.
there's a reason that you became, third chair, is because you were a terrible producer.
This is why I took over the board.
Well, unfortunately, Katie, you might, if you ever want to just have like a bigger part on the show, you ought to start being a crappy producer. That's just the way that works.
Well, I'm worried there's already 3 of you, so maybe that just might get me fired. So I like where I'm at.
There'll be 2 of us soon enough.
Stop. I don't know which 2.
I think I do. Pretty sure I know. Hi. How's it going?
Yeah, you guys used to go to England
We did stuff.
for
Yeah.
fairly regularly.
That was
And
back
interview
when
bands there. And
that was back when the attitude was, you know what, we ought to do stuff. Instead of, why would I want to send that damn morning show to London? Why would I want to do that?
Don't
Sure,
they
they
get
get a
enough
free
stuff?
trip. They get a free trip to London. Terrific.
Come on, you guys, you get free T-shirts.
Yeah, come on.
Isn't that enough? I don't know. It was, those were great. I think we went. I think as the radio station and as the radio show, I believe we went to Europe 13 years in a row.
Probably.
As I remember counting it up.
And just to be, in my day, technology talk,
Yeah.
what Carrie and Bill used to do, and this is true, they would tape their interview with Howard Jones
On cassettes.
and then FedEx it
Overnight.
overnight to the studio, and then Carrie would give instructions on, okay, play this one then and that one then and this that and
We
and
tried to
we'd
pretend that it was live.
Yeah, we play it from a cassette. It is kind of crazy to think how easy to do that is now, and it was so difficult back then.
It was a major undertaking, especially when you had no budget to work with. You know.
Imagine doing our show now. Back then, though, this wouldn't be possible.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
no, there's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way.
Well, it would certainly be easier to do live shows from England.
Oh,
or
yeah.
anywhere in the world now than it was. And Gene, I'll correct you on one thing. I'm not sure it was FedEx. I think it might have been DHL. But
Oh, yeah. Whatever the overnight equivalent was.
I think it might have been DHL.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Howard Jones. Anyway, that song was a big hit, and it was in the featured in the movie Better Off Dead. Mm-hmm. John Cusack movie. And his stuff is really, it's pleasant, but then if you listen to it, it really has more depth. It's that synth pop stuff, so it seems like on the surface it's just just kind of silly
I never took the time to listen to it in depth.
Yeah, if you listen to it, it's actually quite good, quite nicely put together, and
To me, it was always just something you put on, and there it was, and it wasn't like some people who took it very seriously. It's about a relationship.
Well, we won't go into it. I mean, my wife was she was not particularly big Howard Jones fan, but man, she loved Erasure in the day, and probably still does. It's that synthetic pop music, and it can really get to you. And as I listen to that song again, just sit down and listen to a few of his hits. They're just so nicely done. And he's still performing. I think he comes to Salt Lake.
Yeah, he comes to Salt Lake fairly often.
Because he has a very good.
You don't have him over for scones and tea? You really should.
No,
we haven't talked to him in a while. He got a little, when the music started to change and we stopped playing him on the regular. Kind of I wouldn't call it it was an inadvertent falling out.
Yeah, it was. There was
never on
There
purpose.
were other stations that were sort of more suited to his music as we kind of progressed along the alternative music spectrum. Yes, we're on the spectrum, ladies and gentlemen. Howard's music was not as well suited to our station as it was at one time, but there were people in town who still played it and still loved it, and so it was just kind of a artistic falling out, I guess.
Yeah.
I think
Well, there you go. There's your.
last time he was here, I found a place for him to get wheatgrass juice or whatever it was. He's been a vegan forever.
That's a real friend, is what that is.
Is there any place in town I can get some wheatgrass? I think that's what it's called, isn't it? That green stuff.
The wheatgrass, yeah.
Yeah, isn't that what the
Or
people
something.
like to drink? Yeah. I need some
Soylent
wheatgrass,
Green.
Bill.
Can't remember.
Howard Jones was at our very first big ass show. Mm-hmm. Wasn't it the first one? And he came out and performed at Park West wearing a bright yellow suit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he was great. He was just great.
It was the first time that we went out to his place, and he had a dog, and I asked him. He said, "Well, you're vegan. What do you feed the dog?" And he says, "Well, we have vegan dog food for the dog." I just went, "Really?
Don't they need
Then
meat?
Then we went back the next year. I said, "Where's the dog?" "Oh, he died." Now, I never said anything.
No,
don't.
not related.
Carrie's not suggesting that you make that connection. He's not suggesting that at all. Howard's place was really cool. It was in a little town called Maidenhead, along the Thames River, just out. I don't know what, about an hour outside of London. Did it take to get it on the train? Maybe
it was about a 45-minute to an hour train ride. Yeah,
just a really kind of this old series of houses that he had hooked together, and it was really, he had a really nice recording studio. And it was just Maidenhead was just this pleasant little village. And
Did you go to the pub?
No.
No, he picked us up in the SUV and took us to his place, and we hung out. ate, and then we left.
And met his kids.
Yeah.
What was his son's name?
Wasn't Jack one of them?
No, it was like O'Sheen
Yeah, it was O'Sheen. He was an actor.
something like that. Yeah. And,
Anyway, that's farting around, I'd say, yeah.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
All right. Well, let's get this over with.
check-ins, if you would like to do that. 87. Would you like to reminisce about Howard Jones with us? 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd love to hear from you. It helps us get going in the morning when we know you're out there and ready for a show. So give us a call, 877-602-9696, and we'll come back and begin the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, Chainsaw Guy.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with a chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
Sex therapy?
when you are when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
It adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right. Chainsaw Guy, I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Audrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I'll be going to say, and I don't think it is. Or going to say it is. And I think it is something. I have to see, and again, and that mother and daughter, that you take both of them that you send those for a lot of notes everything, and a carry on talk, and I take the person over, and I say the thing, and I end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling. Catherine.
I'll get rid of a heck of armor.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy a couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, all you do is, first of all, is to get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the first. And then, the second on your own, piece by piece, all the way, and then get on, and then, I kind of get a little bit, and then, and then he just flies home, and then he will out further, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
He does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw
Just
blade.
one more. Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, that is terrific. Catherine, Brittany, whatever you're going to do, I think you do. And then you go first. So did you get her girlfriend? And then you go ahead and you really have a girlfriend. So what did you do is tell her about it and what you think of her. And then you go home. And then I think you're no more first married. And if you think of the way or then you want to do, and then I think the power of the end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
See you later.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
There he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling
No.
because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver. All right, 6:23. Let's get this over with. Well, apparently nobody cares if we get it over with or not. No one's called to check in so far. So, and if somebody doesn't call 877-602-9696 and check in with us this morning, I think we just do away with it. We'll spend more time farting around. How would you like that?
No, if people like farting around, Bill, that might
that's
give
what I'm
them
saying.
waste. Oh,
That's what I'm saying. We'll just spend more time doing that.
Very controversial feature.
Yeah.
or perhaps people will tune over to 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m. Maybe they'll do that
Why would I do
instead
that?
of because they should, because they paid for us to tell them that maybe that's an option for them if they don't want to call in our show this morning.
They paid for us to say that they're on, not to encourage people to go there. Unless you're getting some money under the table we don't know about.
Yeah.
No.
Mary Nichols said, Gene, if you really push people over, I'll give you an extra 50. Okay.
No, that conversation never happened as far as you know.
Okay. All right, 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. And the official beginning of the show now. The moon, 83.7% of full, on its way to being a full moon on the 27th, it looks like. The moon will rise today at 2:15 p.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 23rd day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. This is 340 days now of our broadcast from home, our pandemic picnic shows, broadcasting in our respective homes. And it's also, let's see, it's the 23rd day of Black History Month. And on this day in 1965, Constance Baker Motley was elected Manhattan Borough President, the highest elective office for a black woman so far, at least at that time, 1965. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, and Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer, doing a fine job as always in the studio in downtown Salt Lake. And Skip and Miriam are helping out with the broadcast today. It's International Dog Biscuit Appreciation Day. This is a day for the dogs. And that's because there's no one else who can really appreciate the true value of a dog biscuit. They say every dog has its day, and it will definitely be his day today when you give them tasty dog biscuits. Okay.
Here's the thing: is that I have like these, expensive natural dog treats for my dogs.
Are they vegan?
Nothing but the best. No, they're hardly vegan, but nothing but the best for my dogs. Now, Ripley has this special heart medicine that I can only get mailed to me. And whenever the heart medicine arrives once a month, they include in the box a milk bone.
Milk bone, the famous dog biscuit.
Trashy fast food,
Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, Carrie.
And they tear into that milk bone. But I'm giving them the high end stuff, and they're like, yeah, that's okay.
They
but
don't
the milk
appreciate
bone
it,
comes.
do they?
The milk bone comes.
Get them some milk bone.
It's like a cheeseburger in the mail. All right. We have Ryan. Let's go to Ryan.
Hello, Ryan. You've saved the check-in feature. Are you glad of that?
Nope. Let's go to. We lost Ryan. Let's go to Braden.
Braden. Who is it?
Braden.
It's Braden.
Hi,
but
Braden.
I'll accept Braden. That's fine.
Okay. So, what's up with you today?
Well, just driving to work currently. I'm really, 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 really tired of distracted drivers and people that don't want to focus on the road or do the speed limit. And I just really wanted to get that off my chest. I wish people would take a moment to realize what they're doing.
Has it occurred to you that many of them are checking in with the Radio from Hell show, and that's why they're distracted?
Well, no, because they don't have the capabilities that I do.
Of course not.
So my daughter's been studying to get her driver's learner's permit, and so now she's aware of the rules of the road. And when I drive with her, inevitably it's like, "Hey, wait! You can't do that. You can't change lanes like that." She's noticing everything, and she's like, "Do people drive like? How did these people?" Yeah, how did these people get their license? I
was lucky. I was fortunate. My father's been in law enforcement for the majority of my life, so my driving test was pretty thorough.
Well,
Mother, aren't you aware of goring? You're goring right now.
Now, there's one way to solve that, Gina. This is what I had to do with my kid in the car with him. Duct tape. Duct tape.
There you go.
All right, thanks,
that works perfectly. Thanks, Braden.
Thanks, Braden.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Let's go to Sarah really quick. Hi, Sarah.
Sarah, how are you?
Doing just fine. How are you guys?
Okay, what's up with you today? Why did you call to check in?
I always just get I get so much anxiety every morning during this feature because I feel like nobody's going to call in. They're floundering. And I've called in several times to try and save you guys.
They're floundering.
So,
Sarah,
I'm like, somebody help them, please.
Sarah,
So
I'd like to just point out to you that every day that the show is on, what you're hearing is 4 hours of floundering.
Mm-hmm. Or as we
it gives
professionally
me anxiety.
call it, farting around.
Yeah.
Yeah, farting around. Well, I mean, it gives me anxiety. I feel worried for you guys. I felt like I got to help them out, you know. So I don't have
Sarah.
anything to talk about.
All right.
I'm eating a beef stick and a cheese stick right now on my way to work.
Wow.
Like one in each hand? You alternate?
No, they're actually both in one hand, so I can get a bite of both at the same time.
Ordinarily,
It's a
Sarah,
big combo.
this would not bother me, but my stomach is a little upset this morning, and just
Oh,
hearing
I'm
about
sorry.
that, I got to hang up now.
It's just making me hungry.
Okay, all right.
Thanks, Sarah. You can picture it though. She's driving. She's
Double
got a beef
fisting
stick and a cheese stick, and
Yeah. Sounds good. I've fallen in love with these beef sticks that you can buy at Costco. Apparently, you can get this big bag of beef sticks, and they're called like Flangerlodens or something like that. But they're like they're Slim Jims or whatever. But they're about 2.5, 3 inches long, little bite size. They're great.
You've fallen in love with beef
I have
sticks.
fallen in love with them.
Fall in love with beef sticks all over again. All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
We did have an issue already this morning, and it's an issue downtown. I think it's traffic lights at 4 South, 4th East. Signal problems, all directions. Treat that as a four-way stop. Crash westbound I-80, milepost 113. That's the 5600 West exit ramp. Partially blocking the lane there. And that's all UDOT's telling me, but what are you telling me? Do you see any traffic issues that need attending to and it's safe for you to text? You can do that at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Big boy news, Opinioendo coming up, full strength. Also, Utah word of the day.
Okay, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm just not. Because this one's terrible.
I haven't looked at it yet, so
it's terrible.
We'll see. The Utah word of the day coming up. And Boners Round 1. Stand by for all of that. Also at 8 o'clock, we got a $100 Visa gift card to give away if you beat Gina at Superman Trivia. Stand by for that. Okay, let's see. Strong Volkswagen.
StrongVW.com. That's where you need to go if you want to buy a VW, a Volkswagen. I had a Volkswagen Bug, Super Beetle it was, and I drove it from Pennsylvania to Salt Lake City, all the way across the country. Man, I love that car. Volkswagens are great cars. You can't go wrong. And if you go to StrongVW.com, buy your Volkswagen online. You can shop online, everything you need to see online. You can unlock the pricing. There's a little code there that you can unlock all the pricing. You'll see exactly how much Strong VW is charging you. Now, you can go into the dealership if you want, located at 1070 South Main. But really, you can pretty much do everything and get a new Volkswagen online at StrongVW.com. If you want a better car, go to StrongVW.com. It's a great place, and if you go there and get your car, tell them, say, I heard Bill Allred talking about this, okay? Carrie, you're closer, the closest of all of us to toys. I mean,
yes,
you're surrounded by them.
Like physically, right now.
Yeah. So the Toy Hall of Fame.
Yes.
They've announced their inductees for this year. One of these I don't even know, and one of them I'm not sure why it's classified as a toy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York announced this year's inductees are the classic doll Baby Nancy. Do you know Baby Nancy, Gina?
It's just one of those baby dolls that have been around forever. just one of the first and earliest, and it's just been a mainstay.
I think the only doll I could really say, Betsy Wetsy. I remember
Baby
Betsy
Nancy
Wetsy.
is the reason it's her. She's a black baby doll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's why that was
okay.
Of note.
And then Jenga. Now that's a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that classifies as a toy.
Sure.
But then the other one is sidewalk chalk. Now how is that? I don't.
It's
It's
I
a
mean,
toy.
you don't necessarily. I mean, what the classification of toy is. It's hard to say. I think it's anything that keeps your kids occupied.
Yeah.
And that dates back to,
hopscotch.
Even further. I mean, further caveman times. I mean,
That's
Oh,
want sidewalk chalk. So the toys that didn't, there were 12 finalists. Here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Bingo.
Bingo hasn't been in there yet.
Not yet.
Huh.
What? Now, you might know what this is, Gina. Briar horses.
I used to collect them. They're my favorite. I love briar horses.
They didn't make the cut. Light Bright. Masters of the Universe.
Yes.
My Little Pony. Risk. There's Master of the Universe right there. Carrie's got it at x96.com/.
Oh, He-Man.
Skeletor.
I'm not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Of course, neither's He-Man. Sorry, the game Sorry. Tamagotchi and Yahtzee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Baby Nancy, created in 1968, became the best-selling black doll in Los Angeles by the end of the year.
Yeah,
So,
briar horses were that's all I wanted for my birthday and Christmas, because they were like Carrie collects his toys. Like the new ones would come out, and there were ones that were hard to find.
How many do you have? How many did you have?
Oh, I probably had 30 or 40 of them.
And where are they now?
I don't know.
Why?
They're probably in a box in Mary Claire's garage, probably. But
don't you want to go dig them up?
Yes, now I want to. So they had there will be famous horses, famous race horses.
Seabiscuit.
Or famous horses from TV and movies.
Mr. Ed.
Yeah.
Flicka.
Or they were just breeds. You try to collect all the breeds.
Appaloosa.
Yes.
Palomino.
Yes.
Pinto.
I had a whole bookshelf with, I loved them.
Now they have wheels or...
No, they're
so you could drive them around? Well, yeah, but you want to be able to...
No, you do,
pretend that they're galloping?
Yeah.
Were they on little stands, rearing up in the air?
Sometimes. Those were special ones. But they were easier to play with if they weren't on the stands.
Now, because people have asked me, not just you guys, but have asked me before about this Toy Hall of Fame thing. And as I recall, I'm not for sure, but as I recall, it's only been together about just a few years that they've done the Toy Hall of Fame. And that's why some of these, the ones that you would think should be in there, should be in there. And they, for some reason, only induct 3 a year in, which, that's seems kind of an arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know why are these, let's see, here's the Toy Hall of Fame home. Here are toys inducted by year.
Ball in a cup? Is Ball in a cup in there?
Let me see. Well, the first year that they did this is...
Stick in a hoop? What about the hoop and the stick?
1998. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah. But they only induct 3 a year in.
Well, that first year they did 10. I don't know why. Then the number goes down. In 2001, there were only 2 things inducted: Silly Putty and Tonka trucks. Let's see, what was last year? Last year was coloring books.
Okay.
Magic the Gathering, and Matchbox
Wait a minute.
Cars.
You have Magic the Gathering before you have bingo? That doesn't make any sense.
I hate to break it to you, Gina, but Magic the Gathering is one of the biggest selling games
I know, but
on the planet right now. So,
but don't you start with where we started? You start with Ball in a Cup and bingo.
Well,
I agree with you.
Coloring books.
I mean, number one, the first place they started was playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies. That's where
That's number one.
Yeah, that's number one.
that should be
Makes sense. You saved Magic
yeah.
the Gathering for several years down the road.
Magic the Gathering is similar to playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies, but not exactly the same.
All right, 6:40. Let's get to big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Stockton 12 Honda, the Honda Giant. Giant selection, giant choice. That's what makes them the Honda Giant. Come browse or visit them at stockton12honda.com.
Well, this is interesting. On Monday, Spotify released the first 2 episodes of Renegades Born in the USA, featuring Barack Obama and Bruce Springsteen doing a podcast together. In Renegades,
Are they talking about murder?
Unless it's a murder podcast, no one's going to listen.
In Renegades, which will release 6 subsequent episodes weekly, the 2 men speak intimately and expansively on topics like race, fatherhood, the painful divisions that persist in American society, why Bruce is a drunk.
Hey.
He just got a DUI recently, that's all. Drawn from a series of one-on-one conversations at Springsteen's home in New Jersey from July to December, the show is a searching, high-minded discussion of life in the United States from 2 masters of the form. In our own ways, Bruce and I have been on parallel journeys, Obama said in the first episode. We still share a fundamental belief in the American ideal, not as an airbrushed, cheap fiction or an act of nostalgia that ignores all the ways we've fallen short of that ideal, but as a compass for the hard work that lies before each of us as citizens.
And we both want to die with you, Wendy, on the street tonight in an everlasting kiss.
Renegades also represents a kind of high watermark for podcasting, it says here. The show is produced by Higher Ground Productions, the company founded by Barack Obama and his wife, Michelle. Mm-hmm. And the two men's collaboration it fits in with the whole Obama, the way of his thinking and his agenda.
Well, according to Andrew, he's been watching Fox News, and according to Fox News, it was boring, but
really?
But they need to cover it for hours.
Well, I'll give it a listen and see. I listen to a lot of podcasts actually, and so
give us a full report, Bill. Give us a full report.
And on a totally different note, Halle Berry has revealed that her first kiss ever was with a girl. So
she kissed a girl, but did she like it? We need to know.
Well,
Carrie.
I didn't go any further than that.
Yeah, I couldn't. I just read the headline and I had to stop.
So I didn't go any further than that because I just don't give a rat's ass. But
I did. Do you want me to tell you, Carrie?
Sure. Well, maybe not. I don't know. My stomach's upset. So
she had a boyfriend at the time.
Yes. She had a boyfriend, and they had never French kissed before.
Oh,
and she was not. She was not sure how to do it, so her
she
best
Frenched
friend,
this girl. She Frenched with this girl.
Her best friend said, "Here, let me show you."
Let me show you. Well, that's just a good friend, and I'd like to thank her friend and her.
She didn't just show
that's
her.
Right.
She
that's
says,
right there in my head now.
She came over to the house and did it to me for 30 minutes.
Well, you gotta practice.
You gotta practice. You know.
Coronavirus. The pandemic. The U.S. is on on the verge of 500,000 deaths from the virus. No, we've passed it, I believe, haven't we? The FDA told pharmaceutical companies that vaccines adapted for new variants of the virus wouldn't need any lengthy clinical trials. If you say you have a slightly tweaked vaccine that will work on a variant, just do it. Put it in. You don't need to do a lot of trials on it. England is expected to reopen schools on March 8th, but pubs, restaurants, gyms, and retail stores will stay closed for another month. And then, of course, last night at the White House, there was a pretty solemn ceremony to mark the over 500,000 people dead now from coronavirus. Joe Biden made a lot of comments about it. Here in Utah, Spencer Cox ordered the flags to be lowered at half staff as the virus deaths top 500,000. We have to resist becoming numb to the sorrow, the President Biden said. We have to resist viewing each life as a statistic or a blur. And so when you see the flags here in Salt Lake at half staff today, that's the reason. President Biden held a sunset moment of silence and a candle lighting ceremony at the White House. Utah, though, yesterday's coronavirus statistics
really low,
very low. 338 new cases. That's I don't think it's been that low. I think I heard since last September. 338 new cases of COVID-19. So we're on a good trajectory, very good trajectory.
Don't relax, though.
The
Keep
7-day
doing all
average,
the things.
The 7-day average of vaccine doses in arms rose slightly on Sunday after declining for most of the week, probably because of weather situations. But the doses are being administered pretty fast. They say that one reason for last week's decline was that a shipment of 36,000 doses of Moderna vaccine that the state had expected to arrive last week just didn't arrive for what. And again, I think it was probably weather related that they didn't get here. So that slowed the vaccine shots in arms, slowed it down a little bit. But the Utah state legislature has passed they're trying to pass a bill. The House has passed it that you don't have to have a vaccine to work for the state of Utah.
Why would that?
Government agencies
why do
could
they need
not,
to make legislation about that? Why do they need to go?
Because, Gina, because they're conservatives and they don't think very far. Government agencies could not require Utahns to take the COVID-19 vaccination as a condition of employment or participation in a government-sponsored activity or event under a new bill that passed the House of Representatives. If the legislation is signed into law, state and local officials in Utah would be unable to make rules that directly or indirectly require that someone receives the shot. While state leaders want Utahns to get inoculated against the virus, so we want you all to get inoculated, but we're going to send you another message. You don't have to be to work for us.
Yeah, it's so
stupid.
Backwards. Yeah,
stupid.
But I would expect nothing less from the Republicans up there.
That was the bill was put in by Representative Robert Spendlove, and it's just stupid. Well, across the country, state lawmakers are, most of them Republicans in this case, are moving aggressively to strip the powers of governors who are often Democrats in their states. And these Democratic governors have taken on extraordinary authority to limit the spread of the virus for most of the year, for about a year. In a kind of rearguard action, legislatures in more than 30 states, ours included, are trying to restrict the power of governors to act unilaterally under extended emergencies that have traditionally been declared in brief bursts after floods, tornadoes, or similar disasters. Republicans are seeking to harness the widespread fatigue of many Americans toward closed schools, limits on gatherings, and masks mandates as a political cudgel, as a political hammer to wield against Democrats. Same thing is happening here, even though we've had Republican governors, and we had, Governor Herbert. The state legislature here is trying to pass legislation that would limit the governor's power because, Gary Herbert, he went a little too far, And
we're not sure about Spencer.
And, lowering the flags at half staff?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to curb that kind of crap.
I know he gave us the gun thing, but,
So what they're proposing here in Utah is that the governor does have the power to act without legislative approval in emergencies, but I think they're saying for 30 days. And after 30 days, then the legislature gets to step in and screw things up.
Screw it all up, yeah. Hi, we're the Utah State Legislature, a.k.a. Speed Bump.
I mean, most of the time, an emergency, 30 days is probably, earthquake, flood, that kind of thing. But this is an unusual time, and I don't want to put our state solely in the hands of the legislature to figure that out.
God, no.
As previously reported, the bill would not impact the governor's ability to respond to an emergency as it happens. But if the emergency declaration lasts beyond 30 days, then lawmakers could get involved. State and local health departments could do the same thing. We look back on what happened, and we asked ourselves the question, how can we do this better the next time around? And that's a hard thing to do, said Senator Vickers.
Now, if what you just said there, though, is that the health department will have a say in it, because I like that part of it. I like the health department being able to step in and go, no, we really need to do this.
We can muzzle the health department and make them buy hydroxychloroquine.
There was a dog born with 6 legs.
Dude.
And usually when this happens, there are other health problems, and the animal doesn't survive. But a 6-legged dog called a miracle because she's not only surviving, but is home and doing well. Neal Veterinary Hospital in Oklahoma City shared a photo of Skipper over the weekend.
Are they functioning legs, or are they just dangly legs?
Well, let me see. She has beaten the odds of the medical condition stacked up against her. The hospital said Skipper was born with 1 head and chest cavity, but 2 pelvic regions, 2 lower urinary tracts, 2 reproductive systems, 2 tails, and 6 legs, according to the Post. Published research shows that Skipper may be the first 6-legged dog to be born alive. And she appears to be, her organs appear to be in great shape. She is strong, and all of her legs move.
This is what I wanted to know.
And respond to stimulus like a normal puppy.
Okay.
It's possible she may need physical therapy and assistance with mobility as she gets older. But there's been no move to say, we're going to have to remove some of the legs. They all, as you look at the picture, they all look healthy. They're not just withered things, So Skipper.
Interesting.
And finally this, delicious. Taco Bell is testing a new chicken sandwich taco. So
everybody doesn't have to have a chicken sandwich.
Yes, they do.
Why does everybody have to have a chicken sandwich?
Because
they
right
do.
Now. They are the trend right now.
But
here's
Taco Bell?
But here's the thing about the Taco Bell chicken sandwich. Looks like a taco. It's like a pita.
It's a chicken taco. It's a chicken.
It's all
taco.
they've taken. They've taken the chicken patty, the breaded grilled, chicken patty, and then they just put a taco shell wrap around a soft taco shell. I think that's a delicious idea. And Gina, you're anti-American. That's what you are. Yes, everybody needs to have I'm coming out with a chicken sandwich next week.
Wow.
You want a line of cars outside your house? Because that's what happens when you introduce a chicken sandwich.
It's the Bill Allred chicken sandwich, and yeah, I'm going to have my kids go out and sell them car to car. So, All right, that's it.
Sid, our vet tech, regarding the six-legged dog, and you talked about how it had 2 pelvic regions. They will have to pay twice as much for a space surgery.
Oh, well.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, it didn't look good for a while with the Jazz last night. They didn't look great, and then they're like, wait a minute. We're the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
Don't we know who we are? And then they came back, and they ended up beating the Charlotte Hornets 132-110. So they still have it.
To the Utah Jazz, Snowflake.
Exactly. They play tomorrow at 8 p.m. against the Lakers. That's sports.
Wait, Gina. Wait. Since they're winning.
Radio from hell. So now we like sports ball. Go Jazz. X96.
There we go.
Weather is warm today. Could be pushing 50 in some places today.
Okay.
Partly cloudy. And tomorrow will be a cooler and a slight chance of snow. Not great, 30%. Better chance over the weekend. And Carrie?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I completely forgot.
You have 10 jobs.
I have 10 jobs, yes. Well, we all have 10 jobs. You're lucky to have 10 jobs. Weather brought to you by Scott Hale, giving back to their customers during free brewery. Pay a mere $30 for a furnace tune-up and get a free standard filter. Call Scott Hale at 801-264-HALE.
Traffic, we've got a crash northbound 84th West at U111. This is out to Magna at SR201, the right shoulder affected there. Crash eastbound 13th South at the northbound I-15 junction in Salt Lake, right shoulder affected there. Crash westbound I-80 at 5600 West exit ramp in Salt Lake. It's partially blocking the lane there. Let's see. And we have a crash. Oh, no, it's construction in front of the program. It says 33rd eastbound, east of 3rd West, construction down to one lane at the railroad tracks. And there's a big traffic jam outside Bill's house right now demanding chicken sandwiches.
Wow.
That was fast.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, they're not going to be here for a week.
Please.
People are going to think that you're lined up to get the vaccine. All right.
Wherever the chicken sandwich.
Okay, we will take a break. We will be back. Utah Word of the Day coming up. Stand by for that. And a whole lot more on the way. Oh, yes, shamrockplumbing.net.
I love Shamrock Plumbing.
Me too.
They do excellent work and have done excellent work for me, big jobs and small jobs. I know when I call Shamrock Plumbing, they're going to fix whatever needs fixing.
I think of Shamrock Plumbing first thing every morning when I sit down on our new toilet. I do. Yeah, they installed that thing with a bidet in it. And man, I love it.
Well, next time we talk about Shamrock Plumbing, I'll talk about the good feeling of having your drain snaked.
Yeah. So Shamrock Plumbing, they've been doing jobs for us for a long time now, and they can do great work for you as well. No job is too big or too small with Shamrock Plumbing, and when the guy comes, he's fast, efficient. He takes all of the COVID-19 protocols and observes all of that very well. For more than 30 years, Shamrock Plumbing has been doing a great job plumbing Utah. So give them a call if you need them in an emergency. It's 801-295-1690 or go to shamrockplumbing.net. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's.
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept.
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah. if you follow me on Twitter,
Yeah.
you saw yesterday I posted a picture of. I finally did it. So Carlin Tallbrother, our Native American button pusher, asked me a while ago, Gina, have you tried these Lady Gaga Chromatica Oreos yet? And I hadn't.
Yes.
But yesterday I posted a lovely a display of a little glass of milk with some pink and orange Oreo cookies, and they were good. They were delicious.
Huh.
But our friend Trey, is the biggest Lady Gaga fan in Utah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Trey said, "Be careful because it can change the color of your poop."
Oh,
that's what Trey warned me. I have not seen evidence of this yet, but
that is if you eat the whole box, right?
You don't really even ever look, do you?
No, I don't.
So how will
Why
you
would
know?
I?
Well, you're sort of supposed to occasionally.
No, I want to
Take
pretend
a
it
glance.
didn't happen.
Take a glance and see how it's formed.
You're supposed to.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't in a while, but
I do every day.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
And as a matter of fact, I insist on checking my families as well.
Bill, you should check your you should check your camera. You're all blurry,
You're
not
blurry
just your
for some
background.
reason, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Today, did you make poo-poos? Any poo-poos? 'Cause that's poison in the body, you know.
Let me see here. No, that's the wrong thing.
I wonder how many of those Oreos you'd have to eat to make it have an effect.
I had 4 of them.
I don't think that's enough. I would think
Is that not enough to make a difference?
I would think. Oh, see, my stomach's upset. I shouldn't talk about this. I would think that you're the whole box. You'd have to go the whole box.
Could you eat a whole box of Oreos in
Well,
one?
not today, but if I were feeling
there's another day you could do that.
if I were feeling fine, I would be able to. Sure.
Sure. Like, how long would that take you to eat an entire box of Oreos?
Well, about an hour.
I couldn't. As much as I love them, I couldn't eat an entire. 5 is probably my limit.
5?
Yeah. Like a day. Like in one day, I could eat 5 Oreos.
In one day. That's all?
Yeah.
That's fascinating. How's that? Is that better?
Better, yes.
There we
I
go.
don't know what you did there, but you're
I
back.
just turned the camera off and turned it back on. That's always my solution to any problem.
Usually works.
Turn it off.
Turn it off, turn it back on. Dude, that's what you got to do. Turn it off, turn it back on.
Well, that's as much stalling as I can do.
All right.
I tried to help.
You tried to kill it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Cement Dave says he will find out this week. For science. His qualifier is for science. All right. Okay, we ready? Here we go.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Kutcher. C-U-C-H-E-R. Kutcher. And now we call upon the Utah men you know and love to use this word in a way that makes its meaning clear to people who may be new to the Beehive State. So settle in, get ready to learn with LeVar and LeGrand. Again, the word is Kutcher.
Hey there, buddy. You look pretty down and out. What's wrong?
Well, I am blue, that's a fact. My world's been falling apart these days.
Well, LeGrand, does it have anything to do with that big bloody bandage on your hand there? Did you cut yourself?
Yes, LeVar, I did. And it's been made worse by the fact that I'm taking blood thinners, so So a little nick of the knife and the blood just starts gushing like an erupting volcano. And then the wife is standing there saying, I told you to be careful with that linoleum knife, Legrand. I told you to watch out with that thing. You're going to cut yourself.
Of course you did.
Did what?
You cut yourself with a linoleum knife.
Who told you about that?
Well, you did about 2 seconds ago. You told me you cut yourself with a linoleum knife and that it was bleeding so much because you was taking blood thinners.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I better sit down. I'm getting kind of woozy. There's blood all over everything in the rec room now. Blood on the furniture. Blood on the pool table, the curtains, the cat. And I still don't have the linoleum down. The place is a mess.
Well, partner, I don't know what to tell you. You need to find someone to help you with that. You just don't want to let it sit there. It looks to me as though you ain't in any position to do the rest of the work yourself now.
It's true. I need to heal. And I was making a mess of that linoleum anyhow. I ain't good at it.
You need a professional. Now, I know it don't make sense, but you got to spend some money so you don't end up losing even more.
I guess you're right.
You're right, I'm right. It just so happens that I used to install linoleum for a living. So cut your losses and hire me on. I'll tell you what else. If you don't think I done a good job, I'll cut your final bill in half.
All right. You're hired. So cut your bull crap sales pitch and get to work.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
I was waiting for an Ashton Kutcher joke in there. I thought there'd be a Kutcher joke somewhere.
You know, that might have been good, and you're welcome to write them. So please.
No, I wrote one time, and I got crap for it. So.
How about this? You read them maybe a little bit in advance, rather than just for the first time when we perform it, and maybe make a suggestion.
You would accept a suggestion from me?
I do all the time.
It's just in my head. I heard, maybe there's an Ashton. It was perfect just the way it was.
If you had read it, because you went, how do you say this? Coocher? If you had read it, you would have known, and you would have thought of the Ashton Kutcher joke, and could have passed it along to me, and I would have put it in there somewhere, because it's good. But no.
It was perfect just the way it was.
No, it wasn't.
How about this? Also, Legrand, it looks to me like you got a celebrity picture on your T-shirt there. Who would that be?
Well, that's Ashton Kutcher.
We're talking.
All right.
See?
There's your
He's
reason.
married to that Selma Gomez.
Looks like you got blood all over your celebrity T-shirt there.
Oh, Ashton Kutcher. With his wife, Selena Rosenberg.
No.
Mila Kunis.
No, Eula Kunis.
See, you could have been all this.
Yeah, we could have gone many ways with this. If you would just take a second, Gina, rather than approach the show like, okay, what do I do now?
Right now I actually have to do traffic. That's what
Oh, yes.
I have to do right now.
Traffic, please.
Crash eastbound SR 201 74th West in Magna. It is off to the right shoulder. We have another one in Magna. Oh, no, wait, that's the same one they're giving me twice. Thanks, UDOT. Crash eastbound 13th South and northbound I-15 Junction in Salt Lake. It is off to the right shoulder. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have any traffic alerts for you. It's helpful when you let us know what you're seeing on the roads, but only if it's safe for you to do that. Text it to us, 33986.
Traffic brought to you by Scott Hale, giving back to their customers during Free Brewery. Free. Follow Scott Hale on Facebook and Instagram to be first for a new Free Brewery offer.
And if you demand a chat on this radio show that is free of any references, free of any scatological references, well, you've come to the wrong show. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. All right, here are your boner candidates that you'll be voting for in round one. Number one, Happy Valentine's Day, honey. Number two, Well, how the heck did that happen? And number 3, worst dad ever.
All right, so we got round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. RanLife.com.
Ah, yes, the local mortgage company, Ran Life. I've done refinances with them twice and saved money. Otherwise, why would I have done it? And you can do the same thing. Interest rates are so low on mortgages that you probably could stand to refinance your mortgage. So go to Ran Life. They have experienced loan officers standing by. I think they're in the office this early, as a matter of fact, if you wanted to call them now. 801-478-4500. Chat with them. They can tell you pretty much on the phone how it works and what you would need to do to maybe refinance your mortgage. Or maybe you want to buy a home. The real estate market is strong, and people are looking to buy, and mortgage money is plentiful, so the experts at Ran Life can help you with that as well. Give Ran Life a call, 801-478-4500, 478-4500, or go to ranlife.com. So I saw this story, too, this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative, how do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy with.
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, no, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled.
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean, the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's the...
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "What was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause.
That tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up?
So
he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because...
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help them cheat.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we are.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
All right, 7:21. And it is time now for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here means it secures a spot in Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet, because round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. And then we take that winner and we put them against each other, the 2 winners of each round. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fights. Right now, you've got to choose one of these 3 to send forward to Boner Dome. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt. Bill, every week in our promotions meeting, says we have got to find a way to get these shirts out to people. We're trying to figure it out. Someday you'll get it.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Happy Valentine's Day, honey. A hunter from South Africa has posed with the dead giraffe, and more interestingly or ickily, with the giraffe's heart, after her husband paid for her to shoot the animal as a Valentine's Day gift.
The hell?
Marlies Vandermeer from South Africa shot and killed the 17-year-old bull giraffe. She then posed with the animal's heart and posted the grisly images to Facebook, boasting that she was over the moon with her present. She says, I've been wanting to kill a giraffe for as long as I can remember.
Why?
I'm a hunter. I've been hunting since I was 5.
But a
giraffes are vicious. They are.
And my guess is they somebody had the giraffe and they let it out into
Yeah.
a clearing on a rope and tied it to a tree.
That's how it works usually.
In 2017, I found a bull, but unfortunately one of my friends got to him first, and jokingly we said we had dual custody over the dead giraffe.
Ugh.
I'd all but given up hope in the last 2 years, filtering through, but then my husband, he found this for me. It's so wonderful.
Disgusting people.
It's
That's
just
your idea
disgusting.
of a perfect anything.
Yep, there you go. Boner candidate number 1. Happy Valentine's Day, honey. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, how the heck did that happen? A luxury hotel in South Korea is apologizing after guests discovered that an issue with the mirrored windows allowed outside observers to see into the women's sauna and locker room. The Grand Joseon, a recently opened 5-star resort on the island of Jeju, said that the mirrored windows in the sauna are designed to prevent anyone outside the property from seeing in during the day. The blinds are supposed to come down at dusk when the mirrored effect no longer works. Guests complained, however, online that they discovered the sauna area was sometimes visible from outside the building. They said they could see into the sauna, into the bathroom, into the showers through the windows. The hotel has apologized and said that the sauna has been temporarily closed while officials investigate the malfunction with the mirrored windows and blinds. We are deeply sorry.
This scares the hell out of me because I've been in rooms with those mirrored, and I think, this is people can't see me. I feel like they can see me, but they can't see me. Now I'm going to question that.
Assume that they can. Assume that they can. Boner candidate number 2. Well, how the heck did that happen? Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, worst dad ever.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Strong Volkswagen. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Well, there's a lot of bad news happening, as we all know. Happening every day, all day. Just sometimes it seems there's no respite from it. There's no happiness. There's no love in the world anymore. But then when I find out that Shailene Woodley has confirmed that she's engaged to Aaron Rodgers, I just have to stop and go, oh, true love can survive. True love is there.
You had the same reaction I did, Bill. That's amazing.
The insurgent actress was first linked to the Green Bay Packers quarterback in July of last year before engagement rumors began to swirl earlier this month.
That's not why. Why did we put up a picture of Danica Patrick? That is not.
That's
Shailene
his old
Woodley.
girlfriend.
Oh,
hey,
that's Danica.
You know what? I have it on good authority that Skip is a huge Danica fan.
How was that?
Skip is in there saying, "I'll show that bitch Shailene."
I know she's a tiny brown-haired girl, and they look similar, so apparently Aaron has a type, but...
Shailene said, we got engaged a while ago, and he's first off, he's just a wonderful, incredible human being, but I never thought I'd be engaged with somebody who threw balls for a living.
What? She said that?
She's not a sports ball lover.
Oh, like, I just never thought as a little girl, I was like, well, yeah, when I grow up, I'm going to marry someone who throws balls.
Yeah, see, and I agree with the texter. She can do better than him.
You think?
Oh,
Who would you fix her up with?
I hear he's a jerk. Is that true, Gina?
I don't know. There was the whole Olivia Munn stuff when he was dating her.
It's because his family
But his family's
a jerk.
Yeah, I think his family struggles with his fame. His family struggles with his fame.
Yeah. All right, anyway. So I just wish the best for both of them. This is very strange. Doctors say that a woman in Michigan contracted COVID-19 and died last fall, 2 months after receiving a double lung transplant, lungs that were tainted with COVID.
Oh, whoa.
Jeez.
The doctor turned out to harbor the virus that causes the disease. or from a donor rather, who harbored the disease, who had COVID, but they didn't really realize that the lungs were tainted with COVID.
Wow.
Officials at the University of Michigan Medical School suggested it may be the first proven case of COVID-19 in the United States in which the virus was transmitted via an organ transplant. A surgeon who handled the donor lungs was also infected with the virus and fell ill, but he later recovered. The incident appears to be isolated, the only confirmed case among nearly 40,000 transplants last year, but it has led to calls for more thorough testing of lung transplantation donors.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's an airborne disease. It just makes sense.
Let's see. Utah is seeing some good news in its battle with coronavirus. But there's plenty of work that still needs to be done. The Utah Department of Health reported 701 cases on Sunday. Then it was 300 and something yesterday. So that's really good.
It's the lowest in months.
And Utah had only one day in the past week with more than 1,000 cases. The week before we had 3 days that had 1,000 cases or more. Hospitalizations have decreased. They dropped by 1 on Sunday to 241, the fewest admitted with the virus since October. But we still have one of the highest infection rates in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So we are fourth with 11,417 infections per 100,000 people. So still plenty of work to be done here.
Corona
Let's see. Here's some good news about coronavirus.
All right.
So, two diseases that usually hit children very hard in the winter: pediatric flu and RSV.
Mm-hmm.
They are practically non-existent this year.
I mean, it makes sense
because of the pandemic.
We're washing hands and covering our mouth,
and they're not going to. And they haven't been in schools infecting each other.
Exactly.
But even if I think it's even if they are in school, they're wearing masks and washing their hands.
At Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, doctors have not hospitalized any children at all with RSV this season, and only one child in Utah has been hospitalized with the flu, said Dr. Andrew Pavia, director of epidemiology at Primary Children's Hospital.
Maybe masks just become part of your school uniform. You go to school, you wear. I'm not joking. If it can help with all kinds of things,
Gina,
why not?
For us public school kids, don't say it's part of your uniform. We don't have to wear your stinking uniforms.
It's part of your dress code. How about that?
Oh, dress code. Bring that up, why don't you?
What?
Designed to keep students down.
You can't wear spaghetti straps, but you have to wear a mask. It's one of those.
Let's have a trade-off then. I'll wear a mask if I can wear a spaghetti strap top.
Okay.
Because in my high school days, I looked pretty good in a spaghetti strap. So that's good news. Joe Biden, his approval ratings are really good. Total of 58% of Americans say they approve of the way Biden is handling his job as president. 34% say they disapprove. And, if you ask that 34%, if you ask that 34%, you say, what do you disapprove of? Why do you disapprove? They go, well, I just do.
He's not my president. Trump's my president. That's why I disapprove. But what has he done to make it? Nothing. But
his Hunter Biden. That's it.
What?
It's his son. He's getting rich.
By the way, did you see? Now, I was thinking of making it a boner candidate, but I didn't. The sign on a business on 33rd South that people sent.
I know the place you're talking about.
Yeah, some people sent that around, and I'm not sure what the business is, so I didn't want to.
It's a mechanic, auto mechanic.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
But they've taken an American flag, so they've got a big letter F, then the American flag, and then K after that, and then a Joe Biden sign, and then it says he's not my president. Well, first of all, way to use the American flag appropriately. And second of all, you're wrong. He is your president. I'm sorry. You may not have voted for him, You may not like him, but he's the president of something that you might be familiar with, the United States of America. And if you are a citizen of that organization that we call the United States of America, he's your president.
I drive past this auto shop all the time, this mechanic, and their sign has changed variously over the past 4 years from things like NRA voters get, NRA members get a discount to stop the steal. You name it. I mean, they've been doing it. This is the first time they've done like this full color thing, though.
Yeah, I don't mind really any of the other things you've mentioned. I think this is a little over the top. I mean, if you want to put NRA,
well, I mean, before
discount.
it was just letters on their sign, those ones that you can change. This is the first time that they've gone full blown color and permanence.
I think it's helpful that I know that's a business I don't ever need to go to. I appreciate them letting me know their feelings about things.
Former President Donald Trump's ex-attorney Michael Cohen told MSNBC that he thinks that the Don is going to be going to prison.
Yeah.
He said that now that the tax records have been released to the, and don't think we're going to see those records, by the way. The public may never see them. They're going to go to the New York Attorney General Cyrus Vance. Is it Attorney General? Prosecutor, federal prosecutor. And he's going to look at them, and the grand jury will see them. But that doesn't mean they'll be released to the public. And but Michael Cohen says when they see what's in those records, because he knows, he said when they see what's in those records, I think that Mr. Trump ought to be getting ready for prison.
He's not going to. As much as I would love to see that, I will not get my hopes up that.
No, don't.
I just want public shaming. I want the world to know that he does not have as much money as he wants you to think he has.
And Cherokee Nation, that is that's an organization. That's the Cherokee people have asked the company that makes Jeeps to retire the name Jeep Cherokee. It does not honor us by having our name plastered on the side of a car, they said. The principal chief of the Cherokee Nation, Chuck Hoskin Jr., has asked the company to change the name, saying he doesn't condone the use of the Cherokee name. Now, the company hasn't responded to calls yet to retire the Jeep Cherokee name. If I were the company, if I were running the company, I would just do it. I wouldn't, maybe wouldn't even say anything about it. I would just do it because they're the Cherokee Nation and they asked. All right, that's it.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Oh, well, you got a warm day, looks like today. Could even get close to 50 in some areas and a little bit cloudy. Tomorrow, slight chance of snow, only 30% though. And better chance of snow looks like Friday night into Saturday. But nice warm day today you're going to have. Traffic, let's see. Seems to be moving well. I don't have any active incidents to tell you about all along the Wasatch Front. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras, and you've got green lights all the way up and down. Now, what do you see? You see something that's not a green light, that's a red light, that's trouble? Trouble's afoot? Things in the road? Any of that, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Worst dad ever. A 24-year-old pregnant mother claims she was shocked to find out that her boyfriend, the father of her child, was having an affair with her own mother. Jess Aldridge told The Sun that her boyfriend, Ryan Shelton, ran off with her mother after she brought her newborn son home from the hospital. It's the ultimate betrayal. They've
been living with her parents while she was pregnant and getting ready to have the baby, and while they were in lockdown, I guess mom and boyfriend would sneak off together while the daughter is pregnant. It's so crazy.
They've been living together. And you know, I'm going to have to say that this guy, this boyfriend, is the worst dad ever. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, happy Valentine's Day, honey. You can go kill yourself a giraffe. And then, boy, the animal has a large heart, too. But she posed with the bloody heart after she killed the giraffe. Boner candidate number 2, well, how the heck did that happen? South Korean hotel apologizing for their sauna, their women's sauna and locker rooms being visible through these windows, two-way or mirrored windows, I guess they are. And boner candidate number 3, worst dad ever.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take both of our winners and put them against each other. You'll decide between our 2 champions who is Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. All right, so right now, pick one of these candidates to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696 and use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 23, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1. All right. UtahAdvocates.com.
Katie can attest to the fact that the advocates are great at what they do. If you've been in an accident and you need some help, don't try and negotiate all that stuff yourself. They just make it easy, don't they, Katie?
In this time of year, there's car accidents due to weather, but there's also slip and falls due to weather. If you've got ice in front of your house or you're walking in front of somebody's house and they haven't cleared off the sidewalk and you slip and fall, that's also something the advocates can help you with.
If you've been injured in any way due to somebody else's negligence, call the advocates. They're there for you. Call 801-355-5550. You can chat with an attorney online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Or you can go to their website and chat there anonymously, utahadvocates.com. They don't charge you any money unless they take your case and get you a settlement. 801-355-5550 or utahadvocates.com.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Yeah.
Why so grimacing, Bill?
Yeah, for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
It's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, you drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not bubbly water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
Friday?
Yeah. Well, it's orientation day. So
okay.
And it's for all intents.
That's where that orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End. And so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to, wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday. And I'm pulling all the papers out of the box. And at the bottom of the box, there's this card. And it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them. Yeah.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. You said Catholic school is upon us. That's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with. What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday
Eponus.
of upon us? Saint Eponus. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint Eponus.
Catholics.
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah. You probably need to go down there.
I think you have to go there.
And see,
or you might be able to online, because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, it sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah. Damnedest thing.
All right. All right, let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by grilled sourdough bread.
Nice. And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women's sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week. 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
65 of you thought very strongly about worst dad ever. That should be the boner. But there was no it was no match for the winner. Boner candidate number one, the giraffe hunter. Happy Valentine's Day, honey, wins the boners round one.
All right, that's your winner of round one. It goes forward to boner fights. Round two coming up at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll take that winner, put it up against this winner, and you'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. All right.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Good morning, Michael York.
Yes.
How are
Thank
you?
you for having me on. Good.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Michael York is an accountant, a tax accountant, and he's with the aptly named Michael A. York and Associates, and he's on to answer some questions about taxes. And we've spoken with Michael in just a little meeting we have, and he knows lots of stuff about it. He really does. So we had people text in some questions or email in some questions. Michael, are you prepared to answer a couple of those?
Yes. As with most tax laws, the answer is always going to be it depends. But then let's find out how to make that no a yes if we can.
All right. Okay. Now this one is from someone who wishes to remain anonymous, and I know this person, so I know why they want to be anonymous. But it says, are there tax deductions for people working from home using personal internet, power, etc.? That would apply to us as well. I mean, we are salaried employees, but we're in our homes. I'm paying for my internet connections and my own computer and all of that stuff. So, are there ways to deduct that?
Well, and again, here we go. The answer is it depends. So as a self-employed individual or as a small business owner, there are ways in which we can deduct our home office. The IRS has rules like solely and exclusively used for business purposes or regularly meeting clients there. But then that home office can become a deduction along with the assets that you use, a desk, chair, lamps. But as an employee, unfortunately, those deductions went away about 4 years ago under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. They might be brought back, especially at a time where we're all working from home. So that could be some legislation that gets passed. And it could happen. So, I would keep track of those expenses. But unfortunately, as an employee, no. As a small business owner, yes.
Could you just set up a small business and just say, well, I need this stuff for my small business, and then do it that way? Or?
Well, and again, I think what you're getting into is the beauty of taxes. And I know I said the beauty of taxes, and most people don't like them. The one thing that I always say about taxes is that they're taxing. But the idea here is that, again, as an accountant and kind of a bookkeeping side of things, 1 + 1 is always going to equal 2. It's going to be simple. But tax law is written by Congress. It's interpreted by the IRS. It's interpreted by us. And if any of you ever have watched a movie, like maybe Logan's Run, then the idea is that it could be interpreted in different ways, right? And so, and so taxes are kind of the same way, right? Where a good example is the PPP laws that were just passed this year, or the assistance. It came out as a loan program, and so because it's a loan program and because you get forgiveness, the IRS wanted to then say, okay, this is taxable income to you once that loan's forgiven. But Congress then came along and said, no, that wasn't our intention. We wanted this to be relief, like the stimulus or like unemployment benefits. And that's another thing that we've got to look at, is that they've got the $1.9 trillion stimulus plan that they're getting ready to pass. And not saying wrong or right, good or bad, but one of the things that's in that could be to go retroactive to 2020 and make unemployment up to $10,200 non-taxable, which would affect the 2020 tax year and a lot of people's tax burden. So there's lots of trying to interpret the tax law put together from Congress.
What about doing side work? There are a lot of people who've taken on extra jobs. They're getting paid under the table maybe because of the pandemic, so they're working their regular job, but that's kind of dried up a little bit, so they're doing other stuff. How do you handle that with the IRS? What is your recommendation?
Well, Michael A. York and Associates, our recommendation is always report your income. It's the number one hot button. I mean, you can go back to Al Capone and the reason that he went to jail. So report your income, report your income, report your income. But with that said, if we have a business, we have profit motive, then we can take deductions, and those deductions were put there by Congress in order to help you grow your business, in order to help take your income, not pay as much on it. In fact, a lot of times we have scenarios where a client will come in and they'll say, hey, I've got this under the table income and I don't want to report it. And the first thing I think in my head is, well, why did you tell me? But then that's beside the point. But then we talk to them about, well, hey, this is reportable income. We absolutely want to report it, but do you treat this like a business? Do you have profit motive? And then we can start to deduct that home office. We can potentially deduct vehicle expenses, or if you've got kids, paying the kids to work for you, and the kids almost pay no taxes, if any taxes, and you get a tax deduction. Again, they've got to work for you. There's hoops and hassle factors, as my dad always used to say, and he was an accountant and a CPA, CFP, Navy captain, and I grew up in the business. But he would always say hoops and hassle factors. And a lot of times people don't want to go through those hoops and hassle factors, but my job is to explain that, hey, this work that we do, it may take you a couple of hours, but it could save you thousands, and now all of a sudden you just got paid, hundreds of dollars an hour to do something that, in my opinion, doesn't have to be boring, but that's why I do what I do.
All right, Michael York, we're out of time, but let's tell people how to get a hold of you for tax help. It's Michael A. York and Associates. What's the best way to get a hold of you?
Yeah, give us a call at 801-733-8637, which spells 801 refunds. That's a great way to get a hold of us. And again, we'll help cut your taxes in the bill that you would pay. Did I use that appropriately?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah,
you did.
That's the way. I was
going to say we can help Ashton your taxes. But
doesn't work the same way. No.
Yeah, not quite the same thing.
But thank you for trying.
Michael A. York and Associates, and again, what's the phone number?
801-733-8637.
All right. Thank you very much.
We'll talk to you again.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, it's our pleasure.
Thanks,
See
Michael.
Ya.
We'll talk again later.
I actually have an accountant question for him for later on.
You're going to call him?
Yeah.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, I'm saying things look good, except for this one issue. There's a vehicle on fire northbound I-15, Pioneer Crossing off-ramp in American Fork. It's off to the right shoulder. But that's it. Nobody sent anything in via text in a while. But if you see something, other vehicle fires, mattresses in the road, I don't know, bison running down the street, you can text it to us if it's safe for you to do that. At 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We've got, it's time to call and try to win $100 Visa gift card from the CW. Coming up, it's Beat Gina right after this. It's Superman and Lois trivia. Really easy, multiple choice, Superman and Lois trivia. Coming up right after this. So 877-602-9696. We'll play live on the radio right after these. And then we got round two of your boners.
That's a $100 Visa gift card.
Yeah.
So that's $100 you can
Cash
use
money.
on anything you want.
All right, we'll get to that right after these. Zero res. Keep it clean.
I got a new mattress delivered, and the delivery guy, I said, you got the booties on your shoes, right? You're not going to track mud into my house. No. What mud in my house? Yeah. I have to call Zero Res today and have them come take care of that.
Zero Res can get that out. You know what they can really get out? Dander. that damn dander. I can't stand that stuff. A mud, I'll live with a little mud, but dander.
But dander's one of my favorites of Santa's reindeer.
No, Carrie.
No, that's not dander.
Dust, dirt, dander, Zero Res will clean your house without chemicals, without detergents. They can do it the right way. So now,
what's the deal now?
That's what I'm just going to say. You got $25 per room, a 4-room minimum. That's good. That's excellent. Mm-hmm. Get the dander out of your house. So call Zero Res, 801-288-9376. That's 2880, or Google Zero Res, and you'll find them. Dear Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30. And I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions. And for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, one of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about. I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s. So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up.
It is.
But millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault us for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. There's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So let's...
80 to late 90s. All right?
Yeah. And let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay? But so then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different, so there are different ones. But generally, millennials are between 1980 to 2000.
To late 90s, yeah.
Yeah, and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's, the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then present, they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right, millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think of anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say.
And now, it's time for Beat Gina, the Superman and Lois edition, which takes a game that is already absurdly easy and dumbs it down even more. Yes, it's Beat Gina for Dummies, a game show that had almost no excitement to begin with and then drained it of any tension whatsoever. And now, here he is, the only man who could possibly keep this leaden ball rolling. He's a man who can run faster than a speeding locomotive and leap a tall or tallish building with a bound or two.
It may take me a bit.
The Caped Crusader himself, Carrie Jack Jackson. Oh, and of course, Beat Gina is brought to you by...
Yes.
It's a bird, it's a plane, it's the 2-hour premiere event of Superman and Lois on the CW Tuesday, February 23rd at 7 p.m. on Utah's CW. To celebrate, listen to Radio from Hell all week, win a $100 cash card from Utah's CW 30.
All right,
tonight.
Let's let the excitement begin.
All right, that is tonight. Let's start with our... we had a phone bank full of contestants, but we tossed a coin off the air to determine that Aiden will be playing today. Hello, Aiden. How are you?
Good. How are you guys today?
Just fine, Aiden. All right. Now, this is a very easy version of Beat Gina, but we'll play by the similar rules. We'll toss a coin to see who goes first. You call it heads or tails. It'll give you an advantage in the game.
Heads.
Heads. All right. Let's see what we got here. Coin toss app says tails. Yes. Oh, that means Gina gets to go first, Aiden. All right. Aiden, here's how the game works. We got multiple choice trivia questions for you. The first question is Gina's, all on her own. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. Now, if she misses it, then you get a chance to answer the question correctly, steal the point away. Now,
I can guarantee you that won't happen.
Now, since we're doing a quicker version of Beat Gina, instead of going to 3 points, we're only going to 2 points. Whoever gets 2 points first wins the game. All right?
Carrie uses the word quicker. I use the word dumber.
All right. Gina, here's the first question. Where is Superman's Fortress of Solitude? Where is it? His Fortress of Solitude. Is it A, the Blaine Hotel for a day, a year, or a lifetime? B, the Ideal Mobile Home Park? Or C, the Arctic?
Well, see, it wouldn't be my Fortress of Solitude. It's way too cold in the Arctic.
That's your answer? The Arctic. Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Did you answer it that way to make it suspenseful?
I'm trying.
It's 1-0 for Gina. Now Aiden will tie the game, and then Gina will win.
Aiden, which famous duo created the character of Superman? Was it A, Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen? B, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis? Or C, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster?
That'd be C, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster.
Very good.
Oh, he said that like he knew it.
There's a man who knows his DC or not. It's 1-1. We're going to 2?
2
points.
We're almost done, Johnny.
All right.
Almost done.
Let me prop open my eyelids. Gina, it's your question.
Gina.
Mm-hmm.
For the game.
Okay.
What is Clark Kent's middle name?
Oh, the tension is so thick I could cut it with a spoon.
What is Clark Kent's middle name? Is it A, Algernon, B, Tiberius, or C, Joseph?
Joseph.
That is correct. I'm terribly sorry, Aiden, but Gina wins.
Gina, I think, won. Yes,
Gina wins.
Don't be sorry, Carrie.
Why is that? I felt bad for Aiden. He probably maybe he needs the money. I don't know.
I feel bad.
Everybody feels bad, and I don't want anybody to feel bad. You know the way we could all feel a little bit better, even though I won.
He's playing along nicely, isn't he?
Hello, Gina.
How? Possibly. I'm going to go against the rules of the game and give the $100 gift card from Utah's CW to Aiden.
Someone alert the media.
But only
Wow,
Aiden, if
Gina, you are my superhero.
No, oh.
Wow.
Only if you promise to watch Superman and Lois tonight on CW 30 at 7 o'clock. You promise?
Will.
Okay.
I will so much.
All right. Set your DVR, Aiden.
Hang on the phone there, Aiden.
Hang on the phone. We'll get your information. Get that card to you.
I'm on the third floor here. I'm going to see if I can fly.
Oh, this contest. Oh, I don't know.
Who's got you?
I think it's kidney stones.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash northbound I-15, milepost 296. This is about 80th South in Midvale. It's affecting the two left lanes. They're both closed right now. And we have a smoking vehicle on the exit ramp from northbound 15 to Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. The right shoulder is blocked there.
There's no smoking on the exit ramp.
That's what I was going to say, but yeah, don't do that. Those are the only two accidents UDOT's telling me about. If you have something that you see that needs to be told to friends of the program, and it's safe for you to text us, you can always send us that in at 33986. And I believe we have a sponsor for that. Hold, please. Let's see. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service available.
All right.
Boner's round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll consider. Boner candidate number 1. Well, maybe people pay attention to her because of her dad. Boner candidate number 2. Who's what's now? And number 3. Whoo! Hello, Fresh.
Boner's round 2 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinion, or coming up after this, along with big boy news and opinnuendo. Excuse me. All on the way. Stand by for that. Hoops Vision Correction. HOOPES Vision.com.
Oh man, you want to get rid of your contact lenses because it dries your eyes out and makes them hurt.
Hate it.
Yeah. And then, or if you still wear glasses and it's winter and you're outside and then you come inside and they fog up, it's terrible. So get rid of that stuff by going to Hoops Vision and talk to them about the LASIK procedure. It's time to give up your glasses, your contact lenses. Carrie's been there. I've been there. Many family members, hundreds, probably now thousands of our listeners have gone to Hoops Vision over the years. Right now they have 0% financing and $800 off the LASIK or PRK procedure through the end of this month. Never been a better time. So for your free, no-obligation appointment, schedule right now. 877-30-LASIK. 877-30-LASIK, or go online, hoopsvision.com.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk, because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay. You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. No, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed, old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
you go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh,
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab, when you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Right.
I was pregnant and I didn't know.
Were.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too big?
I didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Okay, 8:20 right now. Let's get to it. This is round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. I say possibly because if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So let's get your champion from this round 2 to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Someday you'll go outside and you'll have all these things you have to take with you. Wouldn't it be nice to have something to tote them in? Well, a Radio from Hell tote bag would be the ideal. Oh, Katie has one right there. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see the attractive Radio from Hell tote bag.
Did you tote something in that this morning, Katie? No. All right, here's boner candidate number 1. Maybe people pay attention to her because of her dad. I can't think of any other reason that anybody would pay any attention to what Meghan McCain has to say about anything. Yesterday, she's on the View. Mm-hmm. She called for Anthony Fauci, the nation's top infectious disease expert, to be fired, blaming him for inconsistent messaging regarding the distribution of coronavirus vaccines. The fact is that Dr. Fauci is going on CNN, and he can't tell me if I get the vaccine, I'll be able to have dinner with my family. McCain, the co-host of The View, said on Monday.
It's not
it's
black
terribly
and white,
inconsistent
Megan.
messaging. It's inconsistent messaging.
It's not inconsistent. It is what it is.
I think we
Just
need to
getting
have
the vaccine doesn't say, yes, you can go do whatever you want. That's not how it works.
Well, this is Meghan McCain. Well, I think we need to have more people giving more opinions, and honestly, quite frankly, I think the Biden administration should remove him and put someone else in place that maybe does understand science or can talk to other countries about how we can be more like these places who are doing this successfully.
Excuse me, Megan.
Yeah.
He's had a muzzle put on him for the past year. Okay? He hasn't been able to say the things that he's needed to say for the past year. He's been out of the box for maybe a month. And now we're learning more things, we're doing more things, and besides, the vaccine is distributed by the states because the guy before made it that way. He didn't have a national rollout plan. Okay?
I am sorry. My turn now.
Hey, Megan.
I am sorry, but I think we need to. I am Meghan McCain of The View, and I don't know how or where I'll be able to get a vaccine. Because the rollout for my age range and health is so nebulous.
It's not nebulous. You can't have it yet. There you go.
I'm Meghan McCain.
Don't you know who I am, is what you're saying.
Maybe people
It's not nebulous if you'd ask the people that are doing it. It's not nebulous. You're not in a position to get it yet.
We
will
can't
be.
give you an exact day. We have our local legislators.
Okay, just quit picking on me now.
We have people in our state that are demanding a date. What is the date when things will be back to normal? We don't Dr.
know.
Fauci doesn't know.
Yeah.
None of the scientists know. There's no one that knows what date that will happen.
Well, then what good are they? Fire them all.
And we've got too many people's opinions, okay? Let's go with Fauci's facts, all right?
I think we need to have more people with more opinions.
Oh, she's so...
maybe people pay attention to her because of her dad. I don't know, but I can't figure it out. Here's boner candidate number 2. Now, who's what's now, huh? Davis school district officials say they're addressing an incident where a group of students at Farmington High School, displayed an inappropriate sign before a basketball game on Friday. The sign, which was held up during warm-ups for the game against Bonneville High School in Farmington, mimicked a hangman game with blank spaces that would spell out an obscene word. A man hanging by a noose was also displayed on the sign that read, blank HS blank itches, ITCHES.
I'll have a B. Can I get a B?
So that would be BHS, Bonneville High School, right?
Okay.
So
Mhm.
these are the Farmington kids holding this up. And then, so it would be BHS bitches. Bonneville High School bitches. What? What is that supposed to...
Because, see,
It's intimidating, Bill.
We're going to hang them because we're tough.
What?
And they're bitches.
Huh?
It's before the basketball game. You're going to play bad basketball if we intimidate
that sign's
you.
going to get in their
How's
heads,
that?
man.
How would that be? I don't... Okay,
The sign's
whatever.
going to get in your head, man.
That's the boner candidate to me. Is just like, what? What? Who? What? Huh? That's boner candidate number 2. They should have known, these students, that this was not going to be looked upon favorably by the administration. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Whoo, hello, fresh.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2, coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by.
Now is the time at Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets to buy. Cut your payments in half and no payments for 120 days. Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets, driven by you.
Brooke Shields broke her leg.
What?
Is she okay? I love
She
Brooke
broke her
Shields.
femur. She's referred to her here. They referred to her here as the Suddenly Susan star.
How long ago was that?
The
90s? I think that was the 90s.
I never saw it, and I'm sure it was terrible. But so she, the 55-year-old actress, is on crutches. Broke my femur, she said. Beginning to mend. No matter what your challenge is, making a positive choice for yourself to move forward. Hashtag beginning is now.
How did she break her femur?
She did not reveal how she broke her femur. Her rep did not get it back for comment. So it must be domestic violence, right?
You know who else broke their
Probably
leg?
she tripped over the dog.
You know who else broke their leg really badly? And
Who?
she's in the ICU? I thought you would have had this story a couple days ago. Ashley Judd was somewhere.
Sometime.
No, she was in some forest doing some conservation
thing,
do-gooder work that she does, and she tripped on a exposed branch and broke her leg so severely that they had to carry her out in a hammock, like a 4-hour walk, carrying Ashley Judd out of the forest. And they had to, she ended up in South Africa, so somewhere in Africa. They had to fly her to some hospital in South Africa. And she's in ICU. That's how badly she was injured, tripping over a tree trunk or something. I mean, I think she's okay. I follow her on Instagram. But
I was going to say,
well, not very closely. You'd be a little more specific.
Hey, if she tripped over a tree, I feel that pain because I hurt myself falling out of a tree. So
trees are dangerous. We should outlaw trees.
No,
Burn
we
them all
need those,
down.
but trees are scary.
Cut them all down. President Biden has urged the nation to resist becoming numb to sorrow that the novel coronavirus has inflicted.
Too late.
Marking the staggering milestone of more than 500,000 Americans dead from the pandemic. Excuse me. The country passed that grim toll around 5 p.m. yesterday. Bells began tolling outside the National Cathedral, resounding across the Capitol with flags lowered to half-staff. The flags here in Utah have been lowered to half-staff. About an hour later, Biden appeared in the Cross Hall of the White House and pulled a card from his jacket pocket that said was updated every day with the number of those infected with the coronavirus and those who died of COVID-19. It's pretty interesting that I think yesterday when Biden did this, it was the anniversary of the first time Donald Trump had ever commented on the coronavirus, saying, well, it's just really nothing. We've got it under control. There are no deaths. I don't think it's anything to worry about. We are not going to worry about it. It's fine. We'll take care of it.
Nope.
I think it really is. It was the 21st or 22nd of February.
And was it at that time that he spoke to Bob Woodward, and Bob Woodward recorded the phone call where he said, "This is bad. It's airborne, Bob. It's going to..."
He was right. There were no reported deaths at that time. But that shows you how quickly. A year goes by pretty quick when there are 500,000 people dead from coronavirus in this country. Spencer Cox, our governor, ordered the flags here in Utah to be lowered as well to commemorate and remember the 500,000. It's hard to say 500,000. 500,000 people who have died, over 500,000. Earlier this month, Representative Carol Spackman Moss revealed to her fellow legislators that the reason she had filed a bill this session was because her daughters had been victimized as children, and she wanted to strengthen laws that emphasize consent. You know, the bill she introduced would require the Board of Education to develop a curriculum for teaching students about consent, including what does not constitute consent, the tools people can use to get help for the physical and psychological effects of sexual assault, and also to help them understand that no one has the right to touch an individual in a sexual manner if that individual does not want to be touched in a sexual manner.
This can only be good. I don't understand why anybody is against this.
Let's
you know what
not
they're
even
saying?
try.
They're saying that, well, if you're saying consent is something we teach kids, that means they can consent to have sex.
Yeah.
And we don't want, that's their argument against it.
And they don't want people having sex ever. Handling guns, that's not a problem. But having sex, no, they don't want them to have sex at all.
It looked like the bill was going to die, but it's still alive, and actually it is showing some life, and she may, in fact, get this passed.
I hope so.
Let's see. Okay. So without debate, the legislature spiked a bill that would block local governments from enacting restrictions on billboards. So somebody had introduced legislation that says local cities cannot regulate how billboards are put up. They just have to whatever.
Let the billboard company do what it wants?
Essentially, there are some state restrictions. Those would be there, but essentially it would just let the billboard companies, and a lot of people were worried about it because of the animated light-up billboards.
The new electronic ones.
Yeah, the electronic ones.
Across the street from your house, probably.
Yeah, if there's one across the street from your house all of a sudden, and then it shines in your house all night, and But the legislature said, no, we can't go that far. So the cities can still say what you can and cannot do with your billboards. And let's see, one more quick story here.
Oh, you got a couple of minutes.
Okay. How about an Ohio man is marking the Christian tradition of Lent. So you have to give something up for 46 days.
Mm-hmm.
And he's giving up food.
Solid food?
Solid food for 46 days. He says, I will do that, and I will get the majority of the sustenance I need from beer. Del Hall of Cincinnati, Ohio, said his Lent diet includes only beer, water, black coffee, and herbal tea. And as of Friday, his morning weigh-in on day 3 of his diet, he was down 5.8 pounds.
He's not going to make it.
I have only 3 to 5 beers a day.
3 to 5. 3 to 5.
Only.
Yeah, only 3 to 5 a day. It's not like I'm drinking constantly. If you eat your standard diet, it gets boring. You don't eat the same thing every day, so I'm definitely not going to drink the same thing every day. He said he successfully completed a Lent beer diet in 2019.
Oh, all right. Well,
and in 2020, each time noticing health benefits of the experience. He lost 40 to 50 pounds both years, noticed the blood pressure and cholesterol His blood pressure and cholesterol improved. The human body is an amazing thing. Give it nothing but beer, it kind of likes it. All right.
Hooray, beer. I was waiting for that, Gary.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should have had that ready. Sports weather traffic.
Oh, so the Jazz, they were kind of sluggish last night. They're kind of not playing great basketball. And then at some point, somebody said, wait a minute, we're the Utah Jazz.
I hope it was somebody on the team.
We're the best team in the NBA. What are we doing here, guys? Let's go. And then they ended up winning. They beat the Hornets 132 to 110. That's exactly how it happened.
Somebody in the stadium or in the arena hung up a hangman's sign that says Hornets bitches.
I don't think so.
No?
It would be Hornets hitches then. It would be.
That's true.
At any rate, they play the Lakers tomorrow at 8 p.m. That's sports. Weather could be pretty warm today. In some areas, you could get up to 50 for a high or close to it. We will start cooling down for the weekend. Chance of snow tomorrow, not great, 30%. Better chance Friday night into Saturday. That's weather. Traffic, a friend of the program says all lanes stop northbound I-15 just south of the new collector ramp, and the UDOT cameras confirm that. I've got a red camera there due to this crash. Northbound I-15, about 80th south in Midvale. That's causing some major slowage through that area going northbound. We've also got a crash northbound State Street at 78 south, so maybe that's people hopping off the freeway thinking State Street's a better option. Well, maybe not. Crash southbound SR 36 at Mills Junction in Tooele. The right lane is closed. The eastbound right turn lane is blocked. And what do you see? Like our friend that sent in that text about I-15 northbound. If it's safe for you to text us and let us know what you're seeing out there on the roads, please do. 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Whew, hello fresh. A meal delivery service in the United Kingdom has been forced to apologize after a customer received what appeared to be a bottle of urine with their order.
Was it fresh, though?
Well, the unwanted ingredient, which apparently arrived in an empty plastic, well, not empty, but a plastic Coca-Cola bottle that had been drained of Coca-Cola and replaced with the urine. It was included in a HelloFresh meal kit delivered to an address in the UK. Hey, HelloFresh UK, I'll keep it simple. Why have I received someone's bottled up pee as part of my order? Oliver McManus tweeted on Sunday with a photo of the bottle in question. When other Twitter users speculated that it was probably apple juice, McManus offered to return the bottle to HelloFresh. I'll send it to you, and you can have a whiff in case you're skeptical, he said. Others pointed out that the bottle may have accidentally been left there by a warehouse worker or a delivery driver. Mr. McManus agreed, saying that the box was already partially opened when it arrived. HelloFresh quickly responded, saying they truly lack the words to describe how sorry they were about this, and promised that in addition to a letter of apology, they'll make it good. Mr. McManus seems to have taken the delivery fiasco in stride, though. He said, am I concerned about wider working conditions in the UK? Yes. Do I think anyone deserves to be fired? No. Did I think so many people would care? No. Will I keep tweeting about this bottle of pee? Yes, he said. Boner candidate number 3. Whoever did this is the boner candidate, of course. Woo, hello, Freck.
All right, so let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Maybe people pay attention to her because of her dad. I can think of no other reason to listen to the sloppy blathering of Meghan McCain on The View saying that Anthony Fauci should be fired. Boner candidate number 2. Now, what's now, huh? What? Farmington High School students displaying an inappropriate sign before the game to intimidate the other team? You're just going to make them mad.
Yeah.
And boner candidate number 3. Whoo, hello, fresh.
There we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It has to defeat the Winner of round 1's voting. He's a good candidate. So pick strategically in this round which one of these 3 you want to send forward to Boner Fight. That's at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, pick a champion to send forward from round 2. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Okay? Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 23, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It's round 2.
It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. You know, about pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10-year-old I had with, or of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, it's, so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like, no human, other than, you know, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as... And dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, you know, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm.
We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was, I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and he'd be, because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, you know, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that, you know.
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah. And
then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. Oh. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh, my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? You know. And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stare so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
It's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we'd put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Oh.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh.
That's mine.
Let's see, it's 8:47 right now. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a delicious curried soup with shrimp and beans, and it was great, just delicious.
And Young Power Sports in Centerville, Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Maybe people pay attention to her because of her dad, John McCain. That's the only reason.
Her dad's John McCain? I had no idea.
And maybe... Really? And boner candidate number 2, who's what's what? How now? Huh? What? Why did you guys forget it? And boner candidate number 3, woo, Hello Fresh. A guy in the UK getting a Hello Fresh delivery, and there was a bottle of pee in it. He took it kind of in stride, but let's see. The voting was really spread out. Kind of evenly among the 3 candidates. But the winner, boner candidate number 1, maybe people pay attention to her because of her dad.
All right, so that's your winner for round 2. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out at 9:20 when this winner goes up against the winner of round 1. We take both of them, and you decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. About a half hour from now, that's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. All right. Is this sponsored? Yeah.
No, I mean...
It's not?
I hope not.
No.
You know, people have better things to do with their money than sponsor this.
I mean, you think a good Utah business, a local business, like would want to highlight that this feature that highlights Utah local
lifestyle
and how we talk, and you would think that would be a no-brainer. before.
You would think.
You would think, but yeah. Go ahead.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Kutcher. C-U-C-H-E-R. Kutcher. And now we call upon the Utah men you know and love to use this word in a way that makes its meaning clear to people who may be new to the Beehive State. So settle in, get ready to learn with LeVar and LeGrand. Again, the word is kutcher.
Hey there, buddy. You look pretty down and out. What's wrong?
Well, I am blue, that's a fact. My world's been falling apart these days.
Well, LeGrand, does it have anything to do with that big bloody bandage on your hand there? Did you cut yourself?
Yes, LeVar, I did. And it's been made worse by the fact that I'm taking blood thinners, so a little nick of the knife and the blood just starts gushing like an erupting volcano. And then the wife is standing there saying, I told you to be careful with that linoleum knife, LeGrand. I told you to watch out with that thing. You're going to cut yourself.
Of course you did.
Did what?
You cut yourself with a linoleum knife.
Who told you about that?
Well, you did about 2 seconds ago. You told me you cut yourself with a linoleum knife and that it was bleeding so much because you was taking blood thinner.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I better sit down. I'm getting kind of woozy. There's blood all over everything in the rec room now. Blood on the furniture, blood on the pool table, the curtains, the cat. And I still don't have the linoleum down. The place is a mess.
Well, partner, I don't know what to tell you. You need to find someone to help you with that. You just don't want to let it sit there. It looks to me as though you ain't in any position to do the rest of the work yourself now.
It's true. I need to heal. And I was making a mess of that linoleum anyhow. I ain't good at it.
You need a professional. Now, I know it don't make sense, but you got to spend some money so you don't end up losing even more.
I guess you're right.
You're right, I'm right. It just so happens that I used to install linoleum for a living. So cut your losses and hire me on. And I'll tell you what else. If you don't think I done a good job, I'll cut your final bill in half.
All right. You're hired. So cut your bull crap sales pitch and get to work.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
See, because the way it usually goes is there's the word, kutcher, and then at the end of it, the bit, you use the word in a totally different way. See, which is why I was waiting on that for like an Ashton Kutcher joke, because it remains Kutcher throughout that whole episode. It never pivots to another. Usually pivot to another meaning of no.
Hang on, I got a shovel for you here. Let me get that right over to you.
Thank you. Just as usually a pivot to, oh, and it also is this other thing that no. I'm sorry.
Right.
Maybe people listen to you because of your dad. Just a thought. I don't know.
All right. Let's see. We got a minute or two here.
I'm going to go downstairs and see if I can find my bag of Bavarian meat.
Bavarian
bag
meat?
of Bavarian meat? Is this your meat sticks?
Yeah.
Your beef sticks?
I just tweeted a picture of the bag, which is down. I took the picture last night downstairs. It's Bavarian meats. They're Lil, L-I-L apostrophe.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Landjaeger, hardwood smoked meat. They're just like little sausages, and they're chewy.
They're your new favorite snack.
I just love them. You know, they kind of snap a little bit when you bite into them, and they've been around since 1961. Okay.
Well, that means they know their stuff.
Yeah. Established in 1961. And apparently the company, if I remember right on the back of the bag, I should look it up, is run by two sisters. So it's two women who know their smoked sausages. Delicious. And you can just eat them sort of thoughtlessly, kind of like, just have a bag and just kind of like.
Bill, did you eat this whole bag of beef sticks?
Oh my God, I guess I did. Yeah. I love them. Some friends of ours from Seattle brought them over as we had a little gathering on Friday night at the fire pit outside. It was
and that's what they brought?
Well, they brought that, and yeah, I think something. Did they bring anything else? I can't remember.
I would hope that they brought something else.
They had just come down from skiing from Alta, so they didn't. But they did have a bag of these sausages with them.
So that wasn't the gift. That was their skiing snack. They're like, we can't go over to their house and not bring anything. Quick, what's in the ski bag? We got those beef sticks in there. We can take those.
They are the most.
Bring you a nice bottle of wine.
They are the most hospitable people I know. They truly are. Over the years, they have shown us great hospitality, and so I don't think that's what they did. No, they came from skiing.
I think that's exactly what they did.
Well,
you think out of all the host gifts they could bring, beef sticks from Costco was number one on there. You know what we should bring? We should bring them some.
I don't really care because as I said, they have been more than hospitable to us over the years.
Well, I think the next time they invite you over, you bring beef sticks.
And as a matter of fact, on last night, the distaff part of the duo, the wife, my wife's old friend Jen, came back again last night to chat with my wife, and she said, "Here, Bill, I brought you the rest of the bag of beef sticks."
You like these so much.
They didn't give you the whole bag?
No, I mean, they took them with them when they left Friday.
Oh, okay.
But then she brought them back last night.
They took them.
Here.
That's not a gift.
So, no, it was. I never said it was. You said it was. I didn't say it was a gift. I said they had these sausages with them. A gift was not required.
Okay. All right. My bad.
You're bitching that's not a gift. I didn't say it wasn't supposed to be a gift. They happened to have a bag of sausages in their ski bag.
Wait a minute.
That's exactly what I said it was.
Yeah.
And then you said it was a gift.
Okay.
It wasn't a gift. It wasn't a hostess gift.
Nope.
All right. Okay.
Just a bag of sausages. Come on.
All right.
Try to make more out of a bag of sausages than what it is.
You know what's a bag of sausages? Northbound I-15 right now. It's
boy.
So slow. So there was a crash about 80th South in Midvale, and it has backed things up considerably. It's going to take you, more than 15-minute delays going northbound through Sandy into Murray. So, yeah, that's friends of the program are sending that in too. So be safe. Don't text in. We've got it. If you do have something you want to tell us, and it is safe for you to text, you can send it in 33986.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. Tuesday Tunes with Todd right after this. Of course, Boner Fight, a reasonable amount of news. All those things are on the way. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married. Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't know.
You were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Hey, it's 9:06. No pee breaks, people. Because
Thursday turns with Todd on X96. Ran from hell.
I don't think Todd's dogs know that there are no pee breaks right now because they're taking one.
Mm-hmm.
They are. Well, the one just came back in. We finally, after years, put a doggy door in last week, and they're slowly figuring it out. And the Ruby just came running in. She's all excited. She's like, I just went through the door, guys. Wasn't that fantastic?
I can go outside and run around and then come and pee in the house. It's exciting.
No, they're loving it. This is great, and it will be convenient. I don't know why we didn't do this, a decade earlier, but here we are.
Everybody I know, I keep telling them it's one of the greatest things that you'll do for yourself.
Unless you have raccoons in your neighborhood.
I do. It's not a problem.
God, I had that cat door, in the basement. And the cats loved it, but so did the raccoons, because the raccoons would come into the basement at night and eat the cat food and cause a huge mess. It was awful, so we had to just get rid of it. So.
All right.
Todd, hi.
Yeah, now Todd.
Hey. Todd is the program director for X96. He, along with Curry O'Brien, picks the music that you hear on X96, and every Tuesday Todd likes to bring us a tune. What have you?
Well, this one you're well familiar with because the day it arrived, you got to debut it from our friends AJR.
That was last week, right?
Oh, yeah, we chatted with them on the phone.
Thursday
or Friday.
Yeah, nice guys. And they've been working on, they had planned on being on tour all of last year, all of last summer. They had a big show that was going to be at USANA and everything. And, of course, that all got, postponed and delayed. So they wrote a new album. And it'll come out March 26th. It'll be called OK Orchestra. And I like what they've done. This is another, it's AJR. They have these fun little catchy songs. And this one is called Way Less Sad.
Okay.
Way Less Sad. All right. You're going to like this one if you haven't heard it yet. And if you haven't heard it yet, if you have heard it, you're going to be hearing it more because it's good.
Just hear it. You're going to hear it right now.
Yeah, so sit back and relax. You're in a traffic jam anyway. Just enjoy this.
Go get 'em.
Tuesday Tunes with Todd. It's AJR. The song is from the album OK Orchestra, Way Less Sad on X96.
I didn't do anything this week. I was such a slug this weekend.
Sometimes you need a sluggy weekend.
Good for you. I didn't think.
Good for you.
How do you turn that off?
Alcohol.
Genius switch. How do you turn that
off? Alcohol.
What kind? What was your alcohol of choice this weekend?
Anything I could get. Whatever was handed to me, whatever was handy. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter?
No, didn't matter.
You weren't discriminating about? No.
Why?
I'll take some of that, sure.
Is it good wine? It's good enough.
Yeah. I'll have some of that. You bet.
And you were just handed things?
Went out to dinner.
That's the way it should be.
Went out to dinner on Valentine's Day.
You did? You did that going out on Valentine's?
Yeah.
That's brave.
Yep. Had a nice dinner at Copper Onion, and pork belly should be one of the major food groups.
I agree.
It really should be.
What was the pork belly on, or was it?
No, it was just pork belly.
It was just out there being pork belly.
Pork belly with some cherries and some Brussels sprouts and turnips. Just kind of as a little
side dish,
a little starter to the evening, and then
nice.
Man,
did you take in your surroundings? Did you look at the other people that chose to go out on Valentine's Day?
I
See
did.
How in love they are.
I did.
Not?
There was. It was. It was very busy. Copper Onion was very busy. I assume all the restaurants were very busy on Saturday. Did you go out on Saturday?
No.
So it was very busy. To the table to our left, two guys out on a Valentine's date.
Guys?
And then a table across from us, a guy and two girls. And they kept they were quite annoying. Because the guy kept hanging a spoon on his nose. You know how you do? You take a spoon and
little kid.
Yeah, and you hang it off the edge of your nose, or he would put it across his nose, and then he would insist on one of the girls taking a picture of him. And this kept going on, and then the spoon would slip off, and then he would just laugh uproariously.
Were these 12-year-olds?
And they thought it was funny too.
No one's ever done this before.
And it kind of went on, seemed to go on and on and on and on. And then they had the waiter take a picture of the three of them together.
Can you believe this?
It was just.
This has never happened.
And I kept trying to think, now, what kind of a Valentine's date is this?
Threesome date?
I guess. He was,
polygamy date?
Maybe he was paying for them.
That could be.
Could have been
that would explain why they were laughing at the spoon
Yeah,
joke.
the spoon
were
on
paid.
the nose.
They were
Hilarious.
paid.
Hilarious. Spoon on the nose. Man, this is good. Good stuff. Good stuff. And those were the only... But mostly I was just fixated on my sweetheart sitting across the table from me as we enjoyed a delicious meal.
I'm glad you did.
Boy, immensely catchy.
That little ending is so trick. Man, I like that.
So it's AJR, Way Less Sad is the song from OK Orchestra. And I don't remember, when is the album officially out, the rest of it?
I believe the date's March 26th, and they were really nice. So a couple weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, before that song, was released, the band and their management, they're like, hey, we want to get on a Zoom call with some of the program directors at the stations that have supported us, and we want to, chat with them, and they basically were just being gracious and thanked us for everything. And they're like, hey, check this out, it's our new song, and we got to hear it a couple weeks early, and it was just really nice. It's always good when bands care about what we do, and they were very gracious and just the nicest guys. So you always want to root for a group like that.
For sure.
Yep. Well, it's nice. Very nice.
That is a good one. Thank you, Todd, for bringing that to us. It's, of course...
Thursday turns with Todd on X96, ready for mail!
And we will see you at the meeting later.
I seriously cannot wait.
Go try the dog door, Todd. See if you can use it.
Yeah, you try it.
Sure, that's how you train.
I don't think.
No,
I don't think I'm going to fit. So that's a 911 call about to happen if I try it.
All right. See you later.
All right. Thank you, Todd.
Thanks, Todd.
We'll take a break. We will be back with boner fights after this to determine boner of the day. A reasonable amount of news and other stuff coming up as well. Michael A. York and Associates.
Yeah, we just talked to him this morning, and people have sent us questions for Ask an Accountant, and there are a lot of them right now.
I'm just looking through this stuff that they sent, and it says here, Michael A. York and Associates, we're thinking about taxes and finances every day. That sounds terrible to me.
Yeah.
Let them do it.
Yeah.
I don't want to do my taxes. Here, smart person, do it for me.
Now, Michael A. York and Associates, they offer a huge range of financial, tax, and consulting services. It's all designed to help you and your business reach its financial goals. And maybe you're not even aware that you have a business.
Yeah, you may be a small business and don't know it.
Yeah, if you're doing something on the side and making money on the side, Michael York and Associates can show you how to turn that to your advantage. So. They'll take the time to get to know you and work with your specific tax and financial needs. You can call them. The phone number for Michael York and Associates is here somewhere on this. Oh, there it is.
It's 801 refunds, remember?
Yeah, 801 refunds.
Easy.
Or you can go to michaelayork.com. It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Well, let's
good to be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheesesteak.
choice.
Not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? What's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in? Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on
it? B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood. Is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott,
Sweet.
you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you
Hooray.
going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches
Your
in.
totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and for helping transfer power peacefully here on BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the line.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. right. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 minutes. So stand by for that.
Mm-hmm.
So before that, we have time for a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's, voted Best of Utah over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Well, as you know, it is sturgeon spearfishing season in Wisconsin.
I did know that because you alerted us to that.
It's
You know what that means? Caviar.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm going to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Prosecutors have charged Ryan Koenig, a top sturgeon expert at Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, with obstructing an investigation after he alleged that his workers were using these valuable fish eggs for scientific study when instead some of those eggs were actually being taken to caviar processors.
Mm-hmm.
The DNR, Division of Natural Resources, confirmed that Koenig was placed on administrative leave following an internal investigation, but would not comment further. Hunters and fishermen who take place in this annual sturgeon spearing season near Oshkosh, can keep the fish and their eggs, provided they don't intend to sell them, according to a report from the AP. But workers with the DNR, workers that Koenig was overseeing, would sometimes ask they could collect the eggs, the caviar, from fishermen, and they'd say, so it's part of a study we're doing. But what were they doing? They're selling the sturgeon eggs, the caviar, on the black market.
What's some guy on a street corner in a trench coat with caviar in his pocket?
I think it'd be more likely he would be standing on the frozen lake. But apparently this is a big deal.
It is
in Wisconsin, and they make a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
selling Wisconsin caviar. Now I think the creme de la creme of caviar, I think, is like Russian beluga and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But sturgeon eggs are sturgeon eggs, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
And these fish
that's
are
where
ugly.
most of the sturgeon are ugly, but they're delicious.
Oh man, they're ugly. And there are sturgeon in, I believe, in the Snake River as well, coming down through Idaho. And the joke was that you would there are some sturgeon in the Snake River that were allegedly so big that what farmers would do, they'd be working in the fields and they'd take a pickup truck, see, and they'd put it down by the edge of the Snake River and they'd throw out the line with bait on it to try and catch sturgeon, and that was hooked to a bell, and they'd hear the bell ringing, so they'd know that there was something on the hook, and they'd run down and start up the pickup truck and just drive and pull the sturgeon up onto the bank. I don't know if that's really true.
I did the same thing when I was a kid. Not
You
with
did?
a bell. Not with a bell, but with an empty like soda pop can. You'd rig your line so that when the line was pulled just enough that the can would get knocked over, and so you'd hear the can go, and you, I've got
So you don't sit there and fish. You're out working, but then you...
I could fish with 3 poles.
Oh.
and then just sit back and take a nap.
The point of this story, though, being too that the fish that they were catching in the Snake were so big, you needed a pickup truck to pull them out of the water.
Oh yeah, sturgeon's a big fish.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I've been looking at some pictures of these Wisconsin sturgeon, and they're huge for one thing, up to over 100 pounds.
Our consultant's probably listening right now, and we've done a good 4
What
minutes.
the hell are they talking about?
Sturgeon.
I don't understand why.
Because
was there a
it's
reason?
interesting
Was
and
there a reason
unusual.
It's
unusual. I don't think people around listening right now are going, well, sturgeon. I'm turning the radio off. I think they're going.
What they're talking about over there on Radio from Hell.
Our consultant's on the phone.
People are going to get angry and turn off the show. I have reams and reams and reams of notes. It needs to be better.
Okay, here's a story for you.
Okay.
According to a probable cause statement, a suspect identified as Alexander Harward waited for a family to leave their car at the St. Mark's Hospital here in town.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Harwood was caught on surveillance camera stealing the car. According to the probable cause statement, police were able to locate Mr. Harwood with the stolen car. During the arrest, Mr. Harwood removed multiple items from the stolen car, including a child's car seat and a bracelet that belonged to one of the victims. The bracelet, according to a probable cause statement, was the only possession which the victim had to remember their best friend, who was deceased. An emotional impact on the victim brought her to tears when the bracelet was found to be missing, along with the car. Officers found methamphetamine and tinfoil tutors in the stolen car when Mr. Harwood was arrested. Police said he immediately began having seizures when they found him and claimed that he had a right to have medical attention before going to jail. Officers then called United Fire Authority medical professionals to check on Mr. Harwood, but at that point he refused medical attention.
Yeah. This is a trick you learned in the joint, I bet.
If you're bringing a
here's
doctor...
Here's how you get out of it.
Bringing a doctor, no, never mind. He said he wanted to go to the hospital instead. They cleared him to go, and the EMTs said, you are fine, and they put him in jail. And they got their car back, and they got their bracelet back. That's good. NASA has released some pretty astounding pictures from Mars.
Oh, yeah.
Now what was weird this morning, though, was I'm listening to radio accounts, news accounts, and they say, listen, there are live microphones, and here's what it sounds like on Mars.
Which is cool.
And then what I heard was nothing.
Did it not work?
Oh, you couldn't hear it?
No.
It's creepy sounding.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything in the way. Both of the devices I was listening on, I could hear nothing.
Well,
it's like a hum.
Yeah, it's like a hum.
So was it like somebody humming?
It's like. I mean, I could point you to a Star Trek episode, but
of
that's
course
not
you
going
could.
to help.
Yeah,
that's not going to help.
And then this is a big deal, I guess. In-N-Out Burger is bringing its 10th restaurant to Salt Lake City, adding the cult status drive-through to the ballpark neighborhood near State Street and 2100 South.
Where?
The location will be 61 East, 2100 South. So I think
61.
They must be tearing something down to put it there.
No, there's that shopping mall there that it's where Lee used to have his
There's
restaurant.
a strip mall right in there, yeah.
Yeah, there's a strip mall, and right there on the corner there was a bank. They must have, yeah.
But yeah, we don't have an In-N-Out in Salt Lake.
No.
Like, there's one in Sandy, and there's one in Farmington, but there's not one in Salt Lake City.
The location will, here's what it will replace a Burger King and the now demolished Scone Cutter.
Oh, okay. All right, my brain was somewhere else. All
Legendary Salt Lake late-night munchie magnet that suffered a fire in 2020, the Scone Cutter.
Okay, that's a big corner then. Yeah. That's a big area.
The subway on the northwest corner of the intersection will remain there. I didn't know we had a subway system here.
Yeah.
It's the first I'd heard about that.
Well, you don't use it.
No, I drive when I go places. I should start taking the underground. All right.
All right, let's get going with...
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
This is one of those Boner Fight days that I hesitate to even do it.
Oh?
Because I think that the candidates are so mismatched.
Well, I warned everyone to pick strategically for round 2.
Number 1, Happy Valentine's Day, honey. It's this South African woman posing with a giraffe that she has shot. Her husband gave her this privilege as a Valentine's Day gift. And then one of the pictures shows her holding up the bloody heart of the giraffe, which is the size of a Smithfield ham.
Yeah.
I mean, it's huge.
Mm-hmm.
That's boner candidate number one. She's all proud of this and wonderful. It's great. Going up against, well, maybe people pay attention to her because of her dad. But Meghan McCain on The View. Well, we got to fire Anthony Fauci. That's what we need to do. Yeah, I can't. I don't know how people can. Maybe people like to watch that so that somebody can slap her down. Whoopi Goldberg can go, shut up.
It's Joy Behar. So.
Maybe
Joy,
that's.
oh, yeah. Joy.
But I couldn't. That's
Joy
number 2.
All right, so there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pew! Easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. They'll take your voice vote live. Or you can go online, x96.com, and look for the box that says Boner Fight, February 23rd, 2021. Now, if you don't see the box that says Boner Fight on it, refresh your browser, and it should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. You know, about pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10-year-old I had with, or of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, it's so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human, other than, you know, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as. And dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, you know, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm. We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and he'd be, because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, you know, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that, you know.
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Millan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? You know. And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out, and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Aww.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Aww.
That's mine.
Roman says if we have time today, he'd like us to talk about he is heading a homeless drive.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
For Red Roofing. If people want to bring non-perishable food and, your clothes and blankets and things like that, they can bring them up in Ogden. It's 2772 H Avenue in Ogden. And so you can drop things off there.
That would be on the west side.
West side.
I think that's where the lettered name streets are. In that part of town of Ogden, I've got to get up there. That part of town has really, I mean, for the longest time, it's where the stockyards were, and it was just kind of it was a kind of part of town that people didn't care for. It was the west side. But I think it's really changing. It's got their Roosters is there. There's a big, they have a nice place there. There's just all kinds of stuff happening. Yeah, it's all kinds of stuff happening on that part of in that part of Ogden.
Ogden's awesome, Bill, as you well know.
Yes, I have not. It's just odd for me to now think that I've lived in Salt Lake longer than I ever lived in Ogden in my life.
Here's the thing, though. Because we lived up there in the KJQ days, and I'd go to downtown Ogden quite a bit. And just a few weeks ago, we took Ripley up to her animal cardiologist. There's only one in the state, and so we had to drop her off. It was there past the Top Hat Club out there, Clearfield-ish.
The High Hat.
The High Hat. Thank you. It was just north of that.
That's out on 1900 West.
Yes, thank you. By Sacco's. Sacco's Produce. And
that's
the
more
cardiologist.
properly Roy, kind of.
That's true. That's more Roy than.
Yeah.
But Pleasant View, something like that. Anyway, the cardiologist says, I'm going to have her for an hour. If you guys want to go have lunch or something, come back. So we went to downtown Ogden. And I was looking at it because I'm walking around, I'm looking, and I'm like, it seems smaller to me than it was. And I don't know why.
You're a big city boy now, Kerry.
I can't
Well, they
explain
tore
it.
the mall down, Kerry. That's
Yeah.
part of it. They tore the mall down.
I mean, it was right there on the block across from where the mall used to be, and then, it's like Heebie-Jeebies is there, and the temple.
The new temple.
The new temple, yeah.
Not the
Not the
Space Mountain
Disneyland
temple.
ride.
Yeah, not the Space Mountain one, but the new one. And the town seemed smaller to me for some reason.
Where did you eat?
We were just at the Even Stevens there.
There's a place across from the municipal building on Washington Boulevard, so that'd be, 24th, 25th, between 25th and 26th Streets, I think. It's called the Angry Goat. I ate there once.
Pre-pandemic, ate there?
Yeah, about a year and a half ago. It's really good. Got all
What
kinds
sort
of
of food do they have there?
Well, they've got sandwiches and they've got salads and but then they have pastas and it's pub style food really, but just excellent. It was real. I even forget what I had. I just remember it was great.
All right. 9:45, we'll take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits. After these, New Dwello Homes.
Speaking of Ogden, you know who loves Ogden? Lolly from New Dwello. She loves Ogden. That's where she is.
She'd love to help you find a home in Ogden. She'd love that.
Now, who can benefit from New Dwello services? Well, people trying to sell their homes and people trying to buy a home can also benefit. And Lolly knows how to save you, the buyer, or the seller, both time and money. She has 20 years plus of finance experience, direct lender, underwriting, and all of that. New Dwello knows the real estate process, and they know the pitfalls. Don't do for sale by owner. You will most likely not get the best money for your home. So if you want help with your real estate, call Lolly at New Dwello. It's 801-923-3330. 923-3330, or you can get a hold of New Dwello online. It's just New Dwello, NEWDWELLO, newdwello.com.
All right.
It's time for Radio from Hell corrections. We correct things that we get wrong, or we like to call this feature, Excuse me.
Excuse me.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see Comic Book Guy saying, excuse me, but I don't think that's the case.
I'm here to make the proper corrections.
All right.
God forbid you go throughout life not knowing the right.
Correction number one I have, Earlier in the show, we were talking about traveling in Switzerland and Austria, and Carrie was talking about Lake Luzerne in Switzerland and how lovely that was. And I said, remember when we went to Austria and we were having fondue, and I think I may have said that Austria is the home of fondue. Excuse me, my ears are hurting. Switzerland is home to fondue, not Austria.
They're right next door to each other.
If you had fondue in Innsbruck, it's no wonder it didn't go well. Austria is meat and potatoes, not fondue. Excuse me. So thank you for the correction. Switzerland, home of fondue. Okay.
Well, we have another correction.
Yes.
Country correction.
Ooh.
This is another excuse me for Bill. A few moments ago, we were talking about President Trump flying to Scotland.
Yeah.
And Bill said, well, Scotland isn't part of the UK anymore because of Brexit. It most certainly is still a part of the UK. The UK now consists of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. That's the UK now, post-Brexit.
But it's still part of the EU, right?
No.
Scotland? Scotland's
I'm not going to say.
Scotland's not a part of the EU? I think it is.
I don't
isn't
know.
it? And that was part of the deal, was that they had the border in Scotland, and there was part of the contention?
That's what I thought, too.
Well, you were saying Scotland is not part of... Well, now we have to do...
Listen, if this was about the Silver Surfer's real name, I could weigh in.
The people of Scotland voted decisively to remain with the European Union in 2016. The Scottish government was the first administration in the UK to set out a substantive policy response to Brexit in 2016. They have said, we are a part of the European Union.
All right.
So
it's
they're not?
Ireland is part of the EU, not Scotland. Scotland is talking about leaving the UK, as they always have.
Well, they voted to stay with the European Union in 2016. So on December 24, 2020, UK government and the EU announced agreement on core elements of the future. Scottish government has conducted initial analysis agreements, their implications for Scotland. The assessment confirms the Scottish government's long-standing view that Scotland will be worse off outside of the European Union, so they are going to remain with the European Union, which means essentially they're not part of the UK, right? Scottish ministers have consistently highlighted that the UK government failed to engage meaningful with the Scottish government on Brexit. The Scottish government...
EU countries are
okay.
Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden, not Scotland. Scotland is still part of the
UK. All right.
It's confusing.
And the Silver Surfer's real name is Norin Rad. Excuse me.
All right.
Was there some question?
Listen, I don't know from Ireland or Scotland. I don't know. All right. But I can help you with this.
All right. somebody texted that I had the fried chicken sandwich when I went to the Angry Goat in Ogden a year and a half ago. Now, I said I didn't remember what I had, and then when I read that, I thought, well, I think that may be the case. It's entirely possible, but it also could be a reference to the fact that we were talking about fried chicken sandwiches earlier. So I went to the menu of the Angry Goat.
Okay.
And
I did not have the goat balls. I know that. And I look, and there's a delicious-looking fried chicken sandwich on their menu, and I do believe that's, in fact, what I had.
What are the goat balls? Are they actual goat?
No, I don't believe so.
Or are they like beef meatballs?
Yeah, sure.
They call.
Here, I'll look and see. But I do remember now. Thank you for letting me know. It's called I had the fried chicken sandwich. The Angry Goat balls are creamy risotto.
Oh, nice.
Cooked in Pilsner beer with oyster mushrooms, Parmesan shallots, wrapped around white cheddar, panko crusted, deep fried, and served. I did have some of those, actually, now that I think about it. So it's essentially a little, risotto and cheese ball that's deep fried.
Ooh.
If it had been meat, I wouldn't have had it, because as you know, I don't believe in eating balled meat.
But balled risotto you're okay with?
Yeah, balled risotto is okay. It's okay with me. But now I want to go back to that restaurant because it was good. And then somebody asked, yes, my sister's restaurant in Ogden is still open. And she's still doing well. 2-Bit Street, down on 25th Street, down toward the bottom of 25th Street. I talked to somebody just the other day who said, by the way, it was Lolly from New Dwello. By the way, I go to your sister's restaurant all the time. I love her. So thank you for that.
Please, even if you're not comfortable eating out at restaurants, get takeout from your favorite local restaurants.
When it warms up, I'm gonna go back to restaurants and sit outside and eat.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
I might even sit inside. Who knows?
Baby steps, Bill. Baby steps.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
We'll know eventually when we can do it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well.
Well, Bill, if you just, start selling your chicken sandwich that you're going to start selling out of your home, you won't have to go anywhere.
Well, again, it seems to me that you decided I was going to have a chicken sandwich that I would make and sell out of my home.
Well, you
that's
seem to
not
think
the
it's
way I
okay
remember
for
it.
everybody to have a chicken sandwich.
I think everybody, and what I meant by that was purveyors of food, as they say in the newspaper, eateries.
I thought you said next week that you were going to.
That's going to have your own Bill Allred chicken sandwich.
Gina was bullying me into it.
It's your fault, Gina.
I've had time to think about it. This would not be a good thing to do.
You're rethinking the Bill Allred chicken sandwich.
There's no such thing as the Bill Allred chicken sandwich.
I had a good chicken sandwich. Speaking of Ogden restaurants, the Oaks. So the Oaks
they reopened. Yeah,
they reopened.
Oh.
It is not the Oaks you think of. Just burgers and fries.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of fine dining.
Is it now?
Yeah, really good food from the Oaks.
I'm trying to remember. I heard who opened it too. It was somebody I was familiar with, but.
It's in Ogden Canyon, so like I said, keep our local restaurant friends going. Get food from them.
Ogden really has done some of those established places. They've just done really well.
Mm-hmm.
That places that aren't chains, and really, I love some of those places. I got to go to Ogden. Haven't been there for a long time.
Hi thee to Ogden, Bill.
I think I will. I'll stop at Kolob.
And then
hi to Ogden.
Because, you hi thee to Kolob, and then you hi thee to Ogden.
Ogden on the way to Kolob, isn't it?
Let me see. It would be, I'll hi thee to Ogden, and then I'll hi myself to Kolob after that.
Yes. All right, well, hi thee to the promo, and then we can hi thee the hell out of here.
Okay. Here we go. It's only the beginning of the week, but remember, you can distract yourself with Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45, we help you out with things that must go. Get them out of your life. But if you want our help, you need to send us your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Then at 7 a.m., it's the final day of Beat Gina Superman and Lois edition for this week. There's a big prize on the line, so don't miss it.
And as always, Dr. Cobble is back to answer your COVID and vaccine questions, so be ready to call at 7:45.
It's all happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show, so hi thee to X96.
All right.
Boom.
Just sitting here writing more Superman trivia questions and amusing myself. That's what this was all about.
Okay, good.
It accomplishes two things. Three things. We promote the new show that's on tonight.
Superman and Lois.
We give away the money, and I get to amuse myself writing Superman trivia.
It's a win-win-win.
I wish I could amuse myself writing Utah Word of the Day. But I can't.
Well, what's making it amusing for me is I'm writing it for Gina. Gina is the audience that I have in mind, especially this question that I just got right here that I just finished.
I can't wait.
It's perfect for Gina, and
I would try that, but I won't do anything for Gina. So.
I'll see.
Why not?
Write a sketch where LeVar and LeGrand, where one of the boys forgets to put oil in his Mustang. You know, start putting that kind of stuff in there. You know.
Okay.
And it'll amuse you.
Yeah, I see. I get.
It
where
amuses
you're
you. It caters to her. You know.
I get where you're going.
See. All right. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Bill has fallen for Costco beef sticks.
Corey is next.